Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Derlin and Macy, had raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years travelling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Corthan grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Corthan for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share and to tell the story of the world.
Hello, everyone! Hopefully everyone can hear what the hell we're saying. It looks like everything went a lot smoother this time, so I think I fixed the problem of everyone's cameras being weird. So far, so good. Welcome back to another episode of Monsters and Mayhem. We still have a giveaway for a few more days. 5 more days to be exact. English is definitely a feature of mine.
To be exactly exact.
To be exactly exact, yes, that's correct. Thank you. The details is on our Discord. In our chat, there will be a link to our Discord link, where all the details of the giveaway is, where you can win a starter set for D&D, and you can win a very cool, spooky little mini. Well, little. I wouldn't say little. It's. I think it's pretty much like this size. It's pretty big. I think that was everything that I had to say. Oh yeah, we also have a Halloween episode coming very
Yay,
soon.
please don't
Sorry.
forget.
I knew there was something I forgot. My brain is not here today. Yeah, we have a Halloween episode which we will air on the 27th?
29th. So we have a
29th.
Dungeons
Damn
and
it.
Dragons Halloween special coming up this Friday at 7 p.m. Probably be running until probably looking at about 1 a.m. So good thing to put it on a Friday because it does go for a little while. But it's super fun. And we do have a little trailer if you have that ready, Tom. If not, we can play that in the break.
Nope, I have it ready here. So let's just watch that for 2 seconds and then you can get spooked out and come back. Or sell your soul to not. Whichever. There you go. We're back again. That looks really fucking cool, doesn't it? I think that looks really
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
cool. Yeah. That was made by... Where is she? According to my... She's below me here. Outside. Laura. Fuck. Oh, it's impossible to point the right
This
direction.
one.
That one did it. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I think
Yeah.
that
And it
was
was so much fun to play.
It was a blast.
Yes. I found out how stupid I am, so that's good. Anyway, I think
We
that was
found
the last of the announcements we have for today, I think. So, my name is Tom. I am the Dungeon Master and producer of Monsters and Mayhem, and if you have more dice than unpaired socks somewhere in your closet, you've come to the right place. So, let's do a short little recap before we start. Last time, you ended up catching a trip with the ferryman, the literal ferryman, it seemed. And you ended up catching up with Tam's family, had some nice cake. There was a brother with some wives and a weird hat. There was some silence in the house while Tam's brother Matt tried to introduce his two wives to his family. Unfortunately, there was some laughing involved and it became a little awkward. On the way out, you realized that there was two previous pirates, or maybe current pirates, who were trying to get jobs as stable hands with Tam's family. Celeste knew these individuals from some time ago. And you decided to send Sonas after these two individuals to try to figure out what they were doing after you had made sure they did not get the job as stable hands for Tam's family. And that is pretty much where we left off, I believe. I don't think I forgot anything important.
Just doing my part, pulling my weight as part of the party. Just issuing warnings is all I'm good for.
Yo, heads up.
Very well. So currently you're all situated at Tam's family's farm still. You decided not to leave, but you sent Sonas after these two individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much where we will start.
Okay. So to clarify, Sonos just headed off now.
Yes, you just
Moment ago. Okay, cool.
right.
Oh, Tam is in silent mode.
Can one of you guys? I'm going to try to get into Sonus's eyes. Can one of you just keep me standing for a while? I won't be able to see.
Why don't we just sit down?
Okay, let's sit down. Just make sure nothing creeps up on us.
Well, we can go inside. Why don't we go sit down at the table inside and...
Okay. Yes. Well, you lead me inside. I'm going to watch right now.
Okay.
So I'd like
Alright.
to go into Sonus's eyes and see what he sees.
Right. Make a perception check with Sonas. Level of skill. Did you forget your dice again?
Dice.
Dice, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay.
Natural 20.
20.
Hey,
First roll of the night, baby.
what a way to start it.
Yeah.
Very well. Very nice. Very
Happy
nice.
days. Very nice.
So, two things
So
happen.
that one's staying out.
Two things happen. The first thing that happens is that as you enter his presence, normally what happens is that you just fade into what he sees. But what happens here is that you fade into somewhere else. You see these colorful flowers and almost purple like grass for a second, and then it moves over. And then you see through his eyes, you see him flying above these two individuals as they move closer to where the water is, and with that roll, you also obviously notice that there is a very large ship there as well. And that is the direction that they're heading towards. But so far, that is what you see. Do you want to stay in Sonar's head and trail these individuals? Right.
Yep.
So it's a bit of a walk for them. So it takes 5-10 minutes. But they do reach the docks, and they grab a few chests and they move them onto the ship. And you can see that there's a few individuals on this ship. There isn't a lot of motion in this area. This dock side isn't really something that normally accommodates large ships like this. This is a vessel that's a little bit bigger than what it is used to. This is usually rowboats, small fishing boats. There is the occasional ship coming through because it is the inlet of how you navigate into the middle of the kingdom. But it is definitely an odd sight. And you can see that the most of these individuals on this ship does look like they are pirates, or at least armed sailors. Currently the flag is also the flag of the kingdom, which is a normal flag to be kind of bolstering when you're trying to stay out of trouble. You would normally just have a, Jolly Roger hanging if you were a pirate. But it is currently flying ordinary colors.
How many people do I see on the boat?
So from that roll, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see 5 individuals on the boat so far.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are washing the deck, and there's a guy in the lookout tower. Captain is having a conversation with the female one of those two who just returned. And the male one, the big guy with the full beard, is sitting on the docks, kind of keeping a lookout on the docks for anyone who wishes to approach. The rest of them seem to be doing ordinary things.
Does it look like so I know that it takes a lot of people to run a pirate ship, to sail it. Does it look like the kind of ship that could be sailed with just 5 people, or does it look like there'd be probably more people below deck?
You could do this with 5, you would assume.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It is a skeleton crew. It's not obviously full crew. It's a very small crew for a ship this size, but it's not impossible to do that. As long as you aren't traveling in open waters for a long period of time, you can do that. That should be doable.
Okay. So I'm going to talk to my friends, like the ones that I'm physically near. So I can't see them, but I can. I'm going to have to snap out of Sonus's eyes, I think, actually, because I can't hear them either. So I will snap back into myself, back into Tam's body, and I will relay to them. There is a pirate ship. It looks like perhaps five people on board. I see a captain. He's talking to the woman that was here. It looks like there's somebody in the lookout tower in the crow's nest. And the large fellow, the man who was here, he seems to be on the dock waiting. Do we want Sonus to go any further? I wonder, how much do we want to know?
I think that we should just go and find the guards and just tell them where they are, and just say, this band of ruffians have landed on your shores. We know from, past experiences or run-ins with these type of individuals that they are here to do ne'er-do-well things, and leave it in their hands, and then we can go off on our way. I don't think that we should hang around and talk to them or anything like that. I think that we should just let the guards deal with it. That's their job.
Agreed. I think that's the best route.
Okay, so we need to find a way of, because the man who is here, he's on the dock. Are we going to be able to? I'm not sure if we're going to be able to let the guards know without raising some alarm. I wonder. Is there some? Can you guys think of some way to tell the guards without raising any suspicion from the boat?
I don't know if there's some sort of like, I think this place is maybe too small for a barracks, but somewhere where the town's guards sort of HQ is. Yeah. Is there anything like that within this town?
DM question. Is there somewhere that one of us could go to that isn't in sight of the dock?
The inn?
Somewhere that we could go to raise the alarm?
The inn is normally the place that functions as the guard's office in day-to-day business. This is not a place that has a garrison.
Yeah. That's
from
what
what you
and could
what
we
you
get
remember,
to the inn without them seeing us?
Yeah, it's on the way. It's pretty close by. It's not very far away from where you landed. From your experience, there is maybe 4 guards in the city on a good day.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Well, realistically, all we need to do is speak to 1 or 2 of them, and they can relay the message to their superior. I mean, we don't have to go right to the very top of the food chain straight away, or we can go and find someone and ask them, where can we find the captain?
Well, I mean, if we just tell one of them, my only concern is that is there going to be enough of them to overthrow the pirates? If there's only 4 guards and there are 5 well-trained people who obviously do things like violence for a living, are 4 guards going to be able to do anything about it?
I mean, depends on what their intentions are, what they're planning on doing ultimately. If
of course
they are particularly violent people, then depends how well those guards are trained, I guess.
Yes. I wouldn't have thought. It's Helga's Fret. It's not exactly a violent place. But I suppose we could just tell the guards and see what they say. That we could continue on as we'd planned, just to tell the guards and then take it from there.
Yeah. If they decide to approach, there's always the possibility we could, I don't know, maybe keep watch from the shadow. If things go awry, we could aid. Although I know that's not something you wish to do, engage with them, Celeste. But if there's that few of God in this city, I don't know what else, other than just simply leaving it and hoping for the best. But I don't think that's the best idea.
Well, I don't believe, from my experience with these types of people.
Did we get told that they said mean things?
What did you say, Ingwe?
Sorry, what was that, Ingwe?
Sorry, Celeste. Did we? Someone last time someone heard that they were going to attack. Overheard? Like, was that a Sonos thing that we didn't hear, or?
No one said anything about attacking. They were stealing stuff. That was what their plan was.
My experience with these types of people in the past, they don't usually go on land to find a fight. It's usually to get supplies, get resources, and their strengths are at sea with things like cannons and being able to, with nowhere else to run, they're able to corner people quite easily. And so I don't believe that they would just come out and attack an entire village, or they wouldn't want to get the attention of the guard by fighting them. And I don't think, my gut is telling me that if we tell the guards that they're authority and tell them to move to another port, even if they just say, we don't want you here, please leave, that they wouldn't then massacre an entire village. I don't think that they're that bloodthirsty. I think it's more of a matter of pillaging rather than, killing.
Well, you're most familiar with them, so if you believe
I
that's the
wouldn't
case, I'm
say
happy to go along
familiar.
with it.
I've seen them before and I've seen what they can do. I've not, I wouldn't say familiar.
Fair. Is there a place in which they gather town, the guards in this town?
Yes, the best place to find them would be the inn. We could go quickly to the inn. I could borrow one of my father's horses, and I could get in there quite quickly, and I could look as though I was somebody else. I could just let somebody know, and yeah, we could perhaps wait around here. What do you think?
Well, if we didn't want to be seen, I have a way of talking to people without even having to be in the same room as them, really.
Oh, yes, you could send them a magical message.
Yes, and they could relay information back to me, and then I could speak to them again, and vice versa. For as long as I'm within 100 feet of them, I can relay messages without anyone even knowing I was there, potentially. As long as they were open to that sort of thing. I mean,
why do we not need to be seen? They don't.
I think it's more of a risk of them knowing that we were the ones that, oh, we saw them at the farm when we were there, and now they're telling the guards. It might be a little bit of an indicator. I mean, as long as they're open to that sort of reception, if they were from, a background that doesn't have as much influence with magic, such as Jean, it might be a little more difficult to actually get them to play along, so...
I know it would freak me out if I didn't know you guys.
Well,
the very first time I tried to speak to you, Jean, it was very entertaining, but not quite conducive of being secretive.
It's still an experience.
Well, we need to approach the inn so that you're able to perform this magic. So if we're going to go that far, I might as well just make myself look like somebody else and just go and tell them. I could look like a nondescript villager, or it doesn't have to look like me. What do you think?
Sure.
Okay. Well, should I let my father and mother know that we've gone to raise the alarm?
I think so. You've already informed them that these people are dangerous.
Yes, of course.
Probably the best solution, I'd imagine.
Okay, well, I'll go and let them know. And do we have anything else that we need to do here, or can we just head into town?
No, I think most of our things were already packed on the wagon. I mean, we were heading out when we came to the decision to stay, so...
Okay, so perhaps we take the wagon closer to the town, and out of eyesight, and I can just stroll in and raise the alarm.
And Ingwe, you and I can always dress up if we want to be not ourselves, and Jean can put on a funny hat, and we can,
I got this. I got like a bit of blue fabric around my neck, which I pull over my mouth.
Where did Jean go?
It doesn't look like Jean, does it?
It's magic.
Oh.
Can't even see the shape of him. He looks completely different.
All right. Look, I can't magic my face, but it's the best I can do. It's made to keep me warm and not hide my face.
No, Jean, it's perfect. It's perfect.
No, it's grand. It's very convincing. Okay, so I'll go and tell Mum and Dad that we need to make our way and what we're up to, and I guess we get to it.
All right. Should I stay here? I'll keep an eye out in case they return.
Jean, I'd rather if things do go awry, I'd rather you with us, Jean.
All right.
I'd prefer your axe with us. Do you know what I mean?
All right. No problem.
You are remarkably talented at taking things' heads off, so...
I'm ready.
Oh my goodness. Cloak of invisibility who?
Okay, so I will. So we're in the house. So I will just. Mum's probably somewhere close by.
Still in the kitchen.
So I'll just. Okay. So I'll call over to her. Mum. We've
Yes, Tam.
we've got a bit of a plan. Those the people that were here. We have reason to believe that there are more of them at the dock. We intend to go to raise the alarm with the guard.
Oh, good luck. I mean, these guards aren't really made for real adventures, but hopefully they can get someone.
Yes, well, I believe that it's possible that there won't be any need for any confrontation. Once these ruffians realize that somebody's aware of them, then they hopefully will just make their way.
Right. Well, hopefully. I mean, I think there's 3 guards on patrol today. They're in the inn, I think.
Okay. Well, should I tell Father, or can you do it?
I can tell your father if you want.
I don't want him
Just
to
be
worry.
safe. Just be safe, please.
Okay. Well, of course. My friends and I, we know how to look after ourselves, and I think it'll be fine. Don't worry. You stay here and you look after Dad, and make sure he doesn't do anything rash. And we will hopefully be fast. So okay. Well, we're gonna head off. Like I said, take care of Dad.
I will try to make sure he understands not to go anywhere.
Okay, so at that, I guess we head outside, jump in the cart, and head closer to town.
Sweet. Are you guys putting on a face before leaving, or only once getting closer?
I'll probably do it as we're approaching the village. So when I can see it in the distance, I'd be lamb.
Okay. And Tam, you the same?
Yeah, I don't want to look like myself. I want to look like myself as I'm leaving, but I don't want to look like the character that I'm going to change into as I'm still close to the farm. I'd like to be a little bit further away, and make the change. Still out of eyesight of the inn. Yeah. So as I get closer.
And Ingwe, would you be doing the same?
I think I'm gonna stay. I think I'm not unconvinced as to changing. Like we're in a cart. I think I'm just gonna stay with the cart.
All right. If everyone jumping on doesn't change their forms, then I'm gonna offer to drive and be like, oh, if you're only changing closer, I'll take the reins. And I'll cover my face on the way. And put up the thing, and then yeah.
Right. Very well. So where are you driving to?
The inn, because I believe, Tam was saying that's the place where they most likely are to gather the guards.
Yes, I think they were looking at parking not right in front of the inn though, somewhere kind of off to the side. Like we don't want to be in view of the inn with the cart.
Yeah, that's no problem. You can park behind one of the other little farmhouses and shouldn't be a big deal. You can definitely do that.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so what's the plan? What should I do? What should I say?
Did you catch a name of their ship, Tam?
The Carrion, I believe.
Carrion, yes. Let them know that there's a ship docked called the Carrion, and on board there are a group of people who have been known to, be bandits, essentially, and that they were trying to talk to, a local family, to come and steal their goods, and that you just wanted to report it and perhaps suggest they move on.
Yes, I can see that somebody overheard them conspiring.
So you don't actually know what the name of the ship is?
So.
Yes.
Nope.
I think we do.
Well, I wrote it down. I had it written down from last session. I had Carrion.
Yeah, I've got it written down.
I've got the Carrion too written down.
Okay, Carry on. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to swap.
Sorry, it sounded the same.
So I'm going to swap back into. I'm going to swap back into Sonus's eyes while I'm still on the cart, and he's still hovering above the boat. What does he see? Does he see any movement?
Make another perception check. It is the eye of the dragon.
It's 16 plus. I think he's got a +1. Yeah, so 17.
So it seems like the female is still having a conversation with the captain. The others seem to be loading boxes and crates onto the ship. One little gnome guy is swabbing the deck. You can see there's 2 cannons on this ship currently on the top that you can see. You can't see how many may or may not be below. But currently there's 2 exposed cannons on top at least.
Okay, so the same number of people that were before?
Yes.
And you said there were 5 before, so it's still the same amount. So there's a gnome on deck. And 2 cannons.
5. See 5 on the ship.
Okay, alright. So I will disguise myself as I'm going to look like a human man. Maybe nobody I just need to My only thought is that if I look like a stranger, then they're not going to listen to me. Anyway, I'll do that. I'll just look like a stranger. I'll look like someone that I've seen, someone back at Broken Bridge or something like that I've seen before. Just a farmer of some, like farmer's clothes, that kind of thing. And I'll head into the inn.
As you enter the inn, you do see that there's 3 guards sitting there playing cards. One is fairly young. He might be 16. The other 2 are a little older. One is a little bit, how should I say? He's eaten more than the rest of them. Let's just say it like that. He's a little bit overweight compared to them. They don't look like they're the A team. Let's just say it like that. But there's 3 guards here, and that's very common for a small place like this.
Okay, I will.
Is the ship? Do we know where the ship is now? Is it obvious to the
see
town?
it from there now, from the inn. You can see it from where the inn is. It's a pretty big ship.
From the town. So, I think if you're leaving, Mr. Tam, I think I'll stay with the cart and watch the ship rather than coming in to talk to the guards with you. I think I might just stay here and look busy. Like I'll collect some herbs, and they have no reason to suspect us at all, because we haven't done anything. I mean, I know that Miss Celeste was hiding, but I haven't met these fellows before, and apart from that, I took their job at the farm. They have no reason to. I just don't see why we're hiding from them when we could be hiding in plain sight. Like if I'm collecting herbs and mushrooms and berries and talking to animals, I don't see why they would be concerned with my presence.
My only concern is that if when we alarm the guards and they make their way down to the dock, if they have any friends here in the town, they'll be able to trace it back to my family. So I mean, in terms of the cart here,
okay, I understand. Yes,
that's my only concern. The cart. So where we are on the cart, the cart can't see the boat, right? Because that was the whole idea, is that we pulled the cart up out of eyesight of the boat. That was the whole point.
But if you can park the cart so no one can see the cart, but if you're on the cart, you can see it. You can see the ship from there because it's a smaller frame. Like from the ship, they would probably just see the house. But from your perspective, if you're on the cart, you're standing on the cart looking, you can see the ship for sure over the house because it's bigger.
Okay. All right. Well, I will. Can I approach the guards then, if I'm in the inn?
You certainly can. Well, you're just sitting
I'll
there
approach
playing
the
cards.
Excuse me, sirs. Excuse me.
What do you want? We're playing cards here.
I have a. Yes, I'm very sorry. Don't mean to interrupt. I have something to report. I'm very concerned. I was seeking employment at one of the farmhouses up the road a little, and there were two rather rough-looking individuals, a large fella with a beard and a woman, and I unfortunately overheard them. It seems as though they were casing the place. They were looking for vulnerable farmers to steal from. And on my way back, I thought I'd let you know. And I saw them making their way down to a boat down at the dock, and there were some other rather suspicious-looking individuals on the boat. They looked very well armed and ready for a fight. I'm very concerned. I don't want anyone around here to get hurt.
Right, well, we were a little bit concerned about the ship in the first place, but we did have a look and it seems all like it's all good, but would you say that you heard them casing a place? Maybe we should go have a talk with them.
Yes. When the farmer said that he'd already got somebody to do the job, they were walking off and to do some damage and to do some thievery.
Alright, well, I was winning this one, but okay, let's go have a chat. Come on, guys. And all three of the guards, they get up and they dust themselves off from whatever they have been eating before, and they walk out the door. And they start heading towards the ship.
Okay, well, I'm just going to run away now. I don't want to be a part of this, just in case anything goes wrong. Don't mind me. See ya.
Right,
and he's going to make his way very quickly out of the bar, back to the cart. I want to go back into Sonos so I can see what's going on, just in case the manure hits the proverbial. I want to be aware.
Can I have a chat while Tam's gone with anyone who's stayed behind?
Yeah, so I think that both Jean and Celeste are back with the
was
cart.
it just?
Yeah.
Mr. John, Can I ask a moral question from you?
Do my best.
The I'm just trying to work out because these sailing fellows they have threatened Tam's family, and Celeste seems to think that they are generally bad people. So, is it, for example, wrong to steal from people that steal from people?
Ooh, that is a tough one. I don't think it's as straightforward an answer as a yes or no. In this instance, I think it's very circumstantial. If someone was stealing to keep themselves alive, then no. If they were stealing because they wish to, I don't know, exact some sort of revenge or instill some ill will towards that who they were stealing from, I personally see no issue with that. But again,
but
circumstance.
Would you steal from?
Would I steal from them? I have no need to, so far as I'm aware. I mean, not that I can think. I mean, they came up. I missed a lot of it. I was inside. I only came out after when people were discussing things. I don't even think I've seen these individuals. So I mean, yeah, I may not be the right person to ask in this instance, unfortunately.
Okay. I'll go check. I'll go check for Miss Celeste, and then I'll toddle over to.
I'm sitting right here.
Miss Celeste. I kind of assumed that I had done what I said I was going to do, which was like be inconspicuous and like go and look at herbs and stuff. So rather than just like being in the cart, because I probably wouldn't have had that conversation in front of you because I would have assumed you would have been like, don't steal from them, they're pirates, they're bad people.
No, Celeste was just chilling in the back of the cart. Like she would have just been chilling there.
You go.
So.
Yeah.
John would have been walking around the front of it in and out.
Miss Celeste?
Yes, Ingwe.
You don't like these people, and they but you said that you knew them. Did you steal too?
No, I don't know them. I've had run-ins with those type of people in the past, and I recognized those particular individuals, but I wouldn't say I know them.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to work out. We're starting to work together as a group, and you say there are people that are stealing, and I'm just trying to work out if we need money, can we steal from people that steal from other people?
Well, it's still stealing, isn't it?
Yes, and is that wrong?
Yes. So, I mean, it doesn't matter for what reason you're doing something. You just got to weigh up the reasons behind why you're doing it and whether or not the act itself is something that you're comfortable with. I mean, at the end of the day, stealing is stealing. And if you get caught by the guard stealing, they're not going to say, well, what were the reasons? If you're, oh, were you hungry? Oh, that's okay then. They're still going to punish you, whether or not your intentions were good. So.
Okay, so actions in themselves. Okay, so can't steal, but we can kill bad things.
Yes.
Are these bad enough that we can kill them, or is that wrong too?
Well, see, the thing is, Ingwe, the difference between something like killing a bad person or stealing from a bad person is that usually killing someone stops them from killing other people. Whereas if you're simply stealing from someone, it's not necessarily going to stop them from stealing from other people. You are just adding to the thieves in the world. So it's defined by.
And we definitely can't eat them.
Yes, okay. Depends on what your desired outcome is.
So at this point, you would also have noticed the 3 guards walking out of the inn towards the docks.
Oh, there they go.
So at
See
this,
that they don't look like shabby guards.
as you see the guards walk out, you see around the corner of the house. So like I've gone around the other side. I've morphed back into Tam, and I walk over to you guys, and I'll sit in the cart next to Celeste, and I will eyes glaze over and go into Sonos.
Celeste is really, really tempted to pull out like her eyeliner and draw a mustache on him, but she won't because she knows it's a serious situation. But she is tempted, just so you all know.
How close do you want to get with Sonos?
Well, he's invisible, so I'm saying probably 100 feet. Not even. Maybe 60 feet up in the air. So I just want to be able to see. I don't necessarily need to be able to hear.
Right. Make a perception check.
Ooh, not so good. So I rolled an 8.
Okay. So you see these 3 individuals approach the guy with the beard and the bald head, and he's talking to them for a few seconds before he kind of wavers down the captain. And the captain comes down, walking down all the stairs to get to the area of the dock. And he has a brief conversation with these guards, and they seem to be telling them, it seems like their hand motion would gesture them to leave. And then you see the captain draw his gun, and you see on his gun there's 3 circular runes that light up. Each of these circular runes kind of emanate from the gun and shoot out to each of the 3 individuals. And you hear 1 fire. And let me see what happens. And 2 of them drop dead instantly, and the last guy falls into the water.
Is there a loud bang from it? Does it fire like a pistol? Or...
So there's a little bit of a delay between what he sees and what you hear. But right after that happens, you hear...
So Tam is going to immediately bamf out of Sonos's eyes, and the captain, he shot the guards. He shot the guards. They came, they talked to him, and they told him to move along, and they're dead. There's 2 men dead and 1 man in the water.
There was some sort of explosion too. I heard
he shot them. He shot them. It was some sort of gun, a pistol. He and there was some runes on the gun.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds like we need to get moving.
It was something awful. I've only seen it in war. What are we going to do?
Sean's throwing his axe up and he's moving out the cart.
Where are you going, Sean?
He's not running yet, but he's sort of jumping out and he's just looking about.
Mr. John.
He's like, I feel like we gotta go. What do we do? They've just killed the guards. This town is completely vulnerable now.
Hey, boss. I think you want to move away from the inn. Just a heads up. And then you hear... And the inn's roof is obliterated by a cannonball.
Fuck!
Holy shit! What the hell was that? Was that one of your fucking magics? Not yours, but I don't...
That was a run-of-the-mill cannonball. They are attacking the village.
Oh my god.
What do we do?
John's
We
gone.
need to help people escape.
Do we need to get people out of the city? What? We can't stay here. We need to get to your family, Tam, and tell them that they need to leave. Or at least barricade themselves up somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyways, gone.
John's headed straight to the inn to see if he can help anyone there.
Luckily, it was pretty empty at the time. There is a dead barmaid behind the counter who has been crushed by the roof collapsing upon her. Other than that, it was empty.
Okay, so can I send Sonos back to my parents' house and tell them to pack up a wagon and head to my brother's?
Yes, you can do that if you want.
So I'm going to do that now, and Sonus, you need to get back to Mum and Dad. You need to tell them to pack. You need to tell them to pack. Be quick.
Right.
Get the fastest horses and make their way. You got to get them to Matt's house. Tell them right now they need to go.
Right.
Go, Sonus. Go.
On my way.
And I will follow after Jean and Ingwe. Celeste, come on, we've got to go.
Jean's
Celeste, come on.
Ingwe is not going to the inn. Ingwe is going to the ship.
Never split the party.
Alright. So where are you going, Sean? You went to the inn and you realized that there was not much.
Oh, Jean. Is this person like beyond repair type dead? Like they are?
Yeah, they crushed to this.
Okay.
You need magic to fix this.
Yeah, he would sort of go up, grab the thing, try to lift it, and see the circumstance, and then just sort of, look to see what's happening with the ship. He doesn't know what a cannon is. He doesn't know what guns are.
You can't really see much from there. You can see the ship and you can see people moving around and stuff, but you can't really make out if anything's going on other than that from that location. You can see the general outlines of people and such, but it's a bit far.
Would I see Ingwe heading to the ship?
Does he see Ingwe heading towards the ship?
Ingwe is trying to stealth from the ship. Not necessarily, depending on, I don't know what the layout of the village is, but Ingwe is trying to get near the ship without the ship seeing. Oh, no, it's a 9, not a 6. Whew. 9.
Make a perception check to see if you say what Ingwe's doing.
All right.
Shouldn't be too difficult.
Not much better, but 11.
Okay.
Oh no, it's an 8. I've got
so you do see him crawling through the bushes in someone's garden.
Okay.
Knocking over a few garden gnomes and moving forward.
No idea what approach he's doing. I'd run right up behind him.
Right.
To start. I'd imagine it would take a while to catch up, but I'd try to run up behind him and then move with him towards the ship.
And Tam, what would you do then?
I'm still with Celeste. Unless she's leaving, I'm not going. I gotta try and convince her to come. I'm not. Celeste, are you coming?
I can go back to your family and I can help them pack and get them out of here safely.
What's wrong, Celeste? You know that I've sent Sonas back.
Do I know that you sent Sonas back?
Well, he kind of did it in front of you, but I mean, he didn't specifically say he was doing it, but you could hear what he was saying.
Okay, I've sent Sonas back to my parents. We need you. Come on.
Need me for what?
Well, Ingwe and Jean, they're you know what they're like. They're going to go and get themselves into this. We can't just stay here.
I don't know how much good I will be.
What do you mean? You're incredibly powerful. You're much more powerful than any of us.
I'm almost tempted to get Tam to roll a persuasion check to see if he can convince her to go back.
Well, you can if you want. That is a choice that you are free to make.
I don't know what the DC would be though.
What is your? How about you roll a charisma check?
Okay.
And Tam roll a persuasion check. I think that's a fair way of doing it.
Charisma. 14, 15, 16.
16. So I've got a +5 to persuasion.
Is that on top of the 16?
And I think, No, it's 16 straight up. So I rolled an 11 and got a +5. So.
So 16 versus 16.
That's how I feel right now.
Yeah.
I'd say you have a hard time arguing for or against what's happening right now. You can understand what Tam's saying, but you can also understand your own side of the story right now. So you are very much conflicted.
What's wrong, Celeste? Why? Since when are you afraid? You're not this person.
Since I've seen the types of thing that these people can do, and I do not want to end up like the other people that I've seen harmed by these types of people. They're terrifying, and I never in my wildest dreams would have thought that they would have done something like this and just launched an attack on a village. But they have, and I have seen the devastating effects of what they can do, and I am scared, Tam, and I'm scared for everyone in their way, and I do not want to be a part of it, and I'm sorry, but I am not built for this sort of thing. I'm all for helping people, but this, putting yourself in a situation like this, where they have artillery, Tam, they have artillery. You're asking me to go to war.
But Celeste, you must understand that Jean and Ingwe, they're already gone. They're there. They're going to fight these people. If you stay here, what's to stop this from happening to our friends?
But we can help more people and get them out of the way and go to door and tell people to pack up and leave and get them out of the way.
Celeste, Jean and Ingwe, our friends, we fought beside them. You are one of us. We can't just leave them there, the two of them. What hope do they have without us there with them? Come on, you must. Please.
DM, can I roll a constitution check for Celeste?
Sure.
Nice.
You can roll as many checks on yourself as you want.
It's really hard to like...
I know.
Alright, constitution. That's an 11. What do we think? Yeah, I'd say above a 10 she would be like, that would have like tipped her over. Like above a 10. So she'll go, Tam, if any of the people in this village die, or if we die, just know that I will never forgive you for dragging me into this.
I understand. Come on, let's go. And they're off. So we've got to try and find Jean and Ingwe, so that they're not running into cannon fire by themselves.
Right. So in the meanwhile, while this conversation is taking place, you two have moved further down towards another building. You haven't moved very fast because Ingwe is still sneaking.
Yep.
But it looks a little bit more like he's doing, like, when soldiers are crawling through the mud underneath the barbed wire. It's a little bit more like that. He thinks he's super hidden, but you can see that it's pretty obvious, actually.
Just imagine like Kronk from the Emperor's New Groove.
So it doesn't take you long to spot where they are. They are behind one of the smaller farmhouses, getting quite close now.
Once getting relatively close to the ship, is the rear end of the ship on the right-hand side or the left-hand side as approaching the dock?
So from where you're approaching from this way. So it's the ship itself is pointing towards the left, so it would be able to make a quick escape. Towards the right is where where you pretty much landed was on to the right, so it's pretty much parked for a getaway.
Okay. Jean's gonna branch off from Ingwe to the right in an attempt to go behind any buildings.
That's where Ingwe's heading.
Well, yeah, Jean, there you go. Ingwe,
we got the same idea.
I'm hoping to go basically around to the right, behind some buildings, and come up from the rear end of the ship. Try pull up behind it type thing.
So it's still on the docks. So entering the ship, for instance, you would have to go through the docks. Unless you have another idea, for instance. But on a normal, ordinary day, you would go through the docks.
Yeah. So to explain it without giving away my plan entirely. Yeah, basically.
I want a trampoline.
Do you catch me, John? When you catch me, John, when you catch up to me,
Yep.
let's like have a chat.
See,
Are we fighting, Mr. John? Is this one of those? Remember what I talked about before about making you really strong,
really big?
and big.
Not now. I'm
been sneaking.
Not
do we
now.
want to keep sneaking, or do
But
we want to?
You'll know when to do it.
Are we fighting or not
I'm going
fighting?
in. I'm not letting these people destroy a town. Don't hit me with that ability yet, but you'll know when to do it.
Well, no, but there's there's a cup there. I can't do it when I'm a wolf, so we got to do it. We got to go. Oh, where's the others? How close can we get before we're like on the dock? Can we get within 60 feet?
Yeah, you can get within 60 feet, I'd say.
And the ship is
without going on the dock.
You can still be
so we're kind of like behind a building.
If you wanted to. There's some trees and stuff.
Yeah.
And the ship is parallel, right? It's like the side of the ship with like a walkway, I assume, running from the dock up to the ship. And the side of the ship is sort of facing the town, or is it?
How about I show you?
Hell yeah!
This is getting a little complicated for me.
Yeah.
Okay, just while we're transitioning, I've got to make a little trip to the little boys' room. I'll be back.
We'll figure this out in the meantime.
All right, let's see how I can do this in the best way. So I have my power as well for this.
So, Mr. John, while the ship's coming into view, do we want to do a distraction, or are we just gonna rush in?
I'm headed to the back.
Do you want to get on the ship?
I'm headed to the back.
Yeah, that's where we're going. I'm assuming we're like hiding behind something to like.
Jean wouldn't slow down a lot in this conversation. He'd slow down enough to keep pace.
Stopping.
He wouldn't. No, I don't think he'd stop.
Okay.
He'd like slow down and catch up.
Oh, you were not sneaking. Okay.
He'd sort of like move a bit, and then he'd be like, "We gotta go. They're firing explosives."
Yeah. Okay, I'll just
I'm almost there. Just needed to put the charger in here. So I'm not sure how much of this you can see. I'm just gonna try to.
Decent amount.
Yes. Okay.
Houses there. So I would assume that you two would have been in this area over here, where the trees are and all these houses and such. Maybe.
Nah. We would have gone behind those buildings.
It's a little hard for me to really point it out, but we can say that.
Yeah. Behind that yellow building.
Yeah.
We're like there, right? Is that what we're doing?
We got
John?
the same. Yep, same thought. Yep.
Yeah.
So like that.
Yeah. Okay, so I would grab you when we're 60 feet away. I would like try and stop you and be like, Mr. John, stop you 60 feet away.
Oh, what happened with two others?
Yeah, I was gonna say I noticed Tam popped off to the bathroom, but there you go.
There you go. Just checking that everything works. Cool.
I was doing secret things.
Okay.
Yeah, right. If you reach out to try to stop him about 60 feet, he'd sort of like slide to a halt and sort of turn and be like, "What is it, Ingwe? We really got to get this thing sorted.
Let's work together. Yeah, but let's work together.
How's your climbing skills?
You tell me what you want to do. Do you want to get on the ship, or do you want to get them off the ship?
I'm getting on, and I'm gonna throw out my 2 hand axes and catch them, one in each hand.
That's badass.
Okay, so I'm going to, Mr. John, let's tell the others we're going on the ship. We're going on the ship. And then I will pull out a grasshopper leg.
Yep.
I'll pull out a grasshopper leg and like slide it up your elbow so it like tingles, and your hold down your like legs will tingle, as if you've got like, it'll just feel like you're really light on your feet. Like as you're moving, you'll like not float, but feel like your legs are really strong.
Okay.
And then I will pull out a pinch of powdered iron and like do the like face thing, and you will become one size. Like you're going to be giant.
You're medium, so you would be large then.
Yeah. All right.
Not giant, large. What do I have that's large that I can represent? I guess I have it half ogre here. I guess that could work.
Hell yeah.
So your size is doubled in all dimensions, and your weight is multiplied by 8.
Whew.
He's a big boy.
So if you're medium, you become large. I also cast jump on you, which is
That's what I was curious of. I was going to be like, the other thing was
So
jump, right? Is
your
that concentration? I'm hoping it wasn't like spell. Wait, crap.
Yeah. So jump
Okay.
is not concentration. Jump is not concentration. You've got triple your jump.
I just imagine this figure just me like trying to duck down to stay behind the roof a bit. Obviously not towering over it, but just freaking out a moment. Just being like, I don't know what you've done. Oh boy.
So I'm picturing that Tam and Celeste would be more close to the dock side here, but I'm not sure if that's correct.
Yes. Well, I mean, they're just running up. So if if Jean and Ingwe have gone behind those buildings, I don't even know if they'd be able to see them, like given how late they came in.
You would see
like all they
which
heard was
area
Ingwe
they
say,
are,
"We're getting
but
on the ship."
You
Like the
would
last
see
they
which
heard was
area.
Ingwe saying, "We're getting on the ship." Like that was.
You can't
last
currently
comms
see
we
them,
got.
but you know which area roughly they're in, so to speak. You know that they are in this vicinity of where the dock area is. That's all you kind of got for now.
Yeah, so they'll just be running up to the dock.
We can't see them, right?
Celeste, I reckon, is a good like 20 feet behind Tam as well at this point. Like she's.
So do I see the guys behind the building? Can I see? There's like check. You said there were some people crouching.
See the top of Jean's eyes behind the house.
So this is a 2-story building, that one there. So.
So I rolled a 19.
Okay. Behind the 2 buildings, you can see
I'm not looking for Jean. I'm looking for the pirates.
But are you looking for them behind the building, or are you looking for them on the ship?
Behind the buildings, yeah. So
okay, but there's no pirates behind the buildings, but you see Jean and Ingwe.
Okay, so I can see Jean and Ingwe.
You can see a very large version of Jean.
Probably that would happen. Yeah, that's gonna.
So I'm going to raise the message stone to my ear, and I'm gonna be like, "What are you guys doing? What on earth are you doing? What are you doing?"
On at full size would have been turning and already heading. He's
Ingwe, what are you doing? What is John doing? Why have you made him large?
We're going on the ship.
You're going on the ship by yourself.
They're attacking your town.
Yes,
we'll defend your town.
But on the ship.
And then Ingwe will not be able to answer anymore because he's now a double.
Should we try talking to them? Just ask them what they're doing.
Celeste, you saw what happened last time. Well, you didn't see. I saw what happened. Those guards were talking to them, and he shot them. All 3 of them in one turn. Shot all of them.
What do they want?
I don't know, but I don't want to find out. Celeste, I think the time for talking is done. Jean and Ingwe are about to mount the boat. They're getting on. I think, Celeste, I think
feel
that
sick.
we should. I know. We should try to draw them out. We should try to draw their attention so that John and Ingwe can do whatever they're going to do on the boat. I think, I can fire on the boat from where we are, and draw them to us. I can fire and I can move. We can move quickly, and we can make our way around the town, shooting from different directions. What do you think?
I think the last thing that we should do is get on that boat, because
It's-
is their territory.
It's too late. Jean and Ingwe are not to be reasoned with.
Fuck.
Jean's already gone. I tried to talk to him. He ignored me, and he got on. He's already going. We need to try to draw the pirates out away from them.
We need to get them onto dry land.
Okay, so do you have anything to attack from here? DM, how far away are we from the boat right now? Celeste and I.
40 feet from the side of the boat.
Okay, so is
And
there
there is
somewhere?
still a
So
guy
am
there.
I relative? Okay, so okay, well, Celeste. Okay, so I can still see the fella with the bald fella. What if we both try to attack him at the same time?
Okay.
Okay, so all right, on three, yes.
Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Right.
And I cast. I'll use a bonus action to cast Hex, and then I will use. So, and then I'll use Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch
cast
Blast.
So cast Hex first.
Right.
And then Eldritch Blast him.
Fire away.
Mm-hmm. Not bad, not bad. So that is a 18 to hit.
Hits.
So that is 6 necrotic damage.
6 necrotic damage. Right.
And 8 force damage.
Radio. He takes the hit. And he looks very surprised. And Celeste. I think that was your
Yes.
turn, right?
Yeah, that's my turn. I'm just going to try to crouch.
Right. You can kind of crouch a little bit there on the stairs.
Mm.
Okay. So how many of them are there standing on that dock in front of the ship? Because that's not where Jean and Ingwe are, correct?
No. Sean and Ingwe
No.
are behind these houses here. Over there.
Yes.
And where are we standing?
So
We're just at
currently
the steps.
you are there and
Oh,
Celeste is
I
right
didn't-
behind her.
I didn't believe we were that close.
I'm
Okay.
not.
You said
I'm
you're
not
random,
behind
sorry.
So
Behind
is
Tam?
there?
Yes. So I'm behind Tam. Yes.
Yeah, you're
on
behind
those
Tam.
steps leading up to the dock. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so where Tam is,
Sorry,
you're
I'm just
pretty
off
few.
camera.
Yeah, sorry. Right on the edge.
Okay, so I'm gonna just on my turn say to Celeste, once we fire, we should move. We should move back. We should move back and try to get some cover behind the houses. What do you think?
Yes, I agree.
Yes,
The
okay.
further we stay away from them, the better. As far as,
As
I
soon as
know, they're better at melee combat than anything else.
As soon as you fire, we'll run that way.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So where are you using your movement to go, Tam?
I'm holding. Can I hold my movement until she shoots?
Right.
We
Okay.
haven't rolled initiative yet, I don't think.
No, this is your surprise round, all four of you.
We're not in
But you said that you were going to do this as a
sweet.
distraction, so you two are going to go
Yeah.
last because you're boarding the ship, as far as I can hear.
Yep.
Yeah. So as soon as Celeste fires, then I want to run that way.
Okay, towards the houses. Cool. Celeste, you're up.
Right. So I am going to kind of like lift up my hands and like pull them, make like a swirling ball of silver mist between my hands and concentrate, and then look, and I'm going to shoot forth like a bunch of daggers towards the group that's standing in the middle of the dock area, kind of like where that first person is standing, kind of like in their space.
There's only
and
one
I'm going
person
to
on
cast
the
cloud
docks.
of daggers.
Yeah, there's only one person on the docks.
Is there?
The rest are on the ship. Yeah, the rest of that stuff behind him there is boxes. All this is boxes and crates.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
There's only one there. The rest are on the ship.
Right. Okay. So just in front of, I guess, like in his space, in his area. That's the bald man, right? With the beard.
Yes.
Yes.
You
so
know him
I'm
as
going to cast
the
cloud of
Whipmaster.
daggers.
Right. Fire away. Is that a dex check or is that an attack roll?
It's neither, so it just happens.
Oh. Fun.
Yep. So he doesn't take any damage until his turn.
Right.
And then anyone who enters that space for the next minute will take damage.
And how big is the area?
So it's a 5-foot cube. So it's basically his, like,
Okay.
it's taking up like his space.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube of 5 feet on each side. 5 feet on each side, centered on a point you choose. A creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time, or on a turn, or when it starts its turn there.
Right. Okay. So that's yours, and then you both want to move as well.
Yeah. To try and get some cover.
So how far did you want to move? All the way you can?
Yeah.
Try
I'm
to
gonna
get some
take that
cover
30
behind
feet.
some of these things here. So you can't quite get to the cover. You're a little bit in the open here. And Tam.
I'm hiding behind Tam. So.
And Tam
I've got
is
my
also
own
a
cover.
Little bit in the open there, if you can see that. So you're a little bit in the open, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You can't quite get to that cover there. There is on the other side also some cover, so you can go the other way if you wanted to.
So once
Well, actually,
once John.
so did you say there was cover in the other direction? Because isn't that direction that Ingwe and John are?
No, so they are behind those buildings you're running towards. And there's cover
Yeah.
here
So
as well. I
should
mean,
we
there's
run
some.
the other way then?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we want to try and draw fire so that they can go around. So we
Sorry.
would go in the opposite direction to
Yeah.
where
Right.
Jean and Ingwe are.
So you
So
can
we'd
get
run in
behind
that
here
direction. Yeah.
and get some cover behind all these haystacks and stuff like that. And you said that you wanted to be behind Tam, so
Yeah.
Because we're trying to draw them out.
Yeah.
so you get some cover from that.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
So Ingwe once casting that spell on John and seeing that he's heading around where Ingwe was gonna head, he's like, "Oh, John's doing the thing that I wanted to do." Ingwe's actually gonna come out and stand, like, come in the middle of. He's gonna try and draw the
Right.
attention.
What's your movement
as
as
the
a dire?
direwolf. So he will come through the 50 feet.
You can get here if you want to be in the open. Or you can move.
Yeah, I'll be in the middle of that plank.
So
maybe
that's
is that a
that's the
plank?
docks leading up this way.
Like as if I'm.
Okay, so you're going.
Yeah, I'm going on the
Pretty
docks
much
now.
get to here, I think. I'll put it there.
Yeah.
Right. And that's you, I guess.
So Jean was running around behind with the original intent of pulling out his 2 hand axes and diving at the back of the ship, locking them in and using them to try climb. But with this newfound size and jump ability, I feel like he would sort of like feel this swelling of strength in that, turn and start heading there, and then he'd leap, and this large version of Jean would go 40 feet, because that's his new jump distance.
40 feet? All right.
Yep. And his attempt was to go to the back, so he doesn't really know how far he can jump right now. So I don't know how you want to do this. He doesn't know.
Out.
He's just leaping for it. So he might launch over, slam into it, land perfectly. I don't know. There's a whole array. I'm happy
It's
to
like
take whatever.
Iron Man when he first gets like the jets and is like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Yeah. So yeah, he's gonna I'll double check it now. I think it's a high jump of 40 feet and a long jump of 40 feet and a high jump of 2, 4, 6, 9. So you can only jump 10 feet high.
Oh, fuck. Well, he might make it to the ship at least.
Wait,
Yep.
So how high do you jump? 10 feet, and then you jump
I've got a
10
10
in length.
40 feet long. Yeah, I've got a 40-foot long jump and only about a 10-foot high jump.
Okay, so you can definitely get to the ship then from that. But
Cool.
I think you need to make a acrobatics check
Alrighty.
to try to lodge them in and hold on to them.
This is this is whew. Here comes, what would he be? Quadruples his weight, right? So that's like 208 times your weight. Okay, cool. That's a lot of weight slamming into the side of the ship then. Oh, that is a acrobatics.
And you have advantage. You have advantage
On
in
strength,
on
yeah.
any strength.
But
check.
strength's not
But this
gonna
is acrobatics,
check
right?
and
So this
save
is
it.
dex based.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Dex, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that is a 5.
Oh, okay. So you don't really understand these
swim, Jean.
new abilities that suddenly happened. So you jump and you feel like this is going pretty well, but then you forget to pull out your axes in time, and then you knock yourself into the ship and you fall backwards into the water. I'll say you
Beautiful.
take 3 points of bludgeoning damage from that, but you are in the water
Sweet.
currently.
God, we're a fucking motley crew.
That was the end of
Okay.
your surprise
We'll save
round,
you.
so time to roll for initiative.
Alrighty. So just to say as well, that's about 640 kilograms slamming into the side of the ship.
You can hear it give a little bit. You hear a little crack a little bit, maybe, but it's not enough to necessarily damage it.
That's a large
that's cool.
lump of pharma.
Alright, what did you roll, each of you? Celeste, what did you roll for initiative? Wait, it's just
I rolled a
looking
2, so that's a 6.
6. Oh.
Ooh.
Alright, and Tam?
Fucking initiative rolls are always fucking shit.
I rolled an 8, so that's a 10.
Rightio. And Ingwe?
I am a wolf, so I have a +2 to my initiative instead of a -1.
Yeah.
So I have 11.
And Sean?
The smile hasn't gone away because I rolled a 19 and I have a +6 to initiative.
Oh, holy
So I'm 25.
Holy shit. Nice.
Oh my god.
So I'll just quickly put these guys.
But you're gonna
in
spend
here
your
too,
entire
so-
round getting out of the water now.
Mhm.
Celeste, what is your dex?
My dex, I believe, is a 17.
Right, so you go first over this person.
Oh, good.
Right,
Just not last.
Right.
And just out of curiosity, DM, how long has it been since we arrived in the village?
You arrived about 10 this morning.
Didn't we spend the night in?
Oh yeah, you
No,
arrived
since
10.
we arrived, like,
Just
just
now.
then.
Oh,
What do you mean, sorry? Like how many seconds? It's
Just
been, or-
because I've still got disguise self on.
Oh,
And I casted disguise self as I first came into the village, so I just want to
you'd
know how
still
long
have that on.
I've
You would
got.
still have almost an
I got
hour
it.
because it only took you like 5 minutes to get to the city, and you were only like 5 minutes in the cart, and I think it lasts an hour, so you still have 50 minutes left. So I think you should be good.
Yep, nope. That's what I was checking.
And down there. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am just going to use a pen to make sure that I have you underlined with the colors so I can see the difference, just to make sure. There we go. Rightio, top of the round we have Sean. Surprisingly enough, actually.
especially after that whole schmozzle.
Well, I mean, he's a Navy SEAL right now. Or maybe
That's
he's a
it.
SEAL.
Yeah. Alrighty. So he's gonna attempt to climb the side of the ship.
Right.
He's got a hand axe in each hand. He's gonna attempt to just
Yep.
hook it in and get up.
This time you can use your strength and use an athletics check instead.
Sweet.
You're not jumping
Alrighty,
anywhere
I think
to
I
try
have
to...
advantage on strength
You still do.
checks.
Indeed.
So would this count as a strength check because it's a strength skill?
Yes.
Yep.
I would say so.
Sweet. I needed it. Athletics, it's an 11.
11. What is your movement
What, you rolled an
speed
11 with
in-
advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
What is your current movement speed? Does that get increased as well?
Doesn't look like it, no.
So your normal movement speed is like 30, isn't it?
Advantage on strength checks, saving throws, matching your size. Yes, so 30 feet, yeah.
Okay, so you are... It's a little hard for me to put you on anything that can put you in that height, I think, currently. But you got this far so far, because half your climbing speed is... your movement speed is half your walking speed is a climbing speed, as far as I remember.
Yeah.
So you got to the green line.
Can I
so
use
far.
my action? Can I use my action to dash and try to push the rest of the way?
Yes, if you make another athletics check, you can.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that was a 3 and a nat 20.
Oh,
So
well.
yeah, 22.
I'd say because you got that 20, I'd say you get to where this window is here, if you can see that. So that's a little bit over double.
Yep.
So that's where you are there, so you're pretty close.
Well, I would. Where am I? Okay, no, sweet, awesome. Yeah, awesome. Yep, sounds good.
If that makes sense. Right, so that's you.
Can't really do much else with my current instance, so I'm hanging on the side of the ship.
Hanging on the side of the ship. Boom, boom, boom. Right. Next up, we have the captain, because I rolled a 24.
Woo!
And he is going to go over to the railing. And I'm going to try to see if he can see or cannot see you two hiding. He cannot see you two hiding. So he is going to... He's going to take a shot at Ingwe with his pistol. That is a 7 to hit. So, nope. And you don't see any of those ruins that happened earlier. You don't see any of that. He just fires it like normal. and then he starts reloading it. That is pretty much his turn. And next up, we have the guy in... It's a little hard to see, but there is actually a lookout up there too. In a mast there, it's a little hard to get it all on the screen. Now that you all moved a little closer,
Yeah.
I can move this a little closer too. I think maybe it's a little tricky.
In the crow's nest.
It's too big. It is all too big. Okay. Anyway, the guy in the crow's nest.
It's too big.
He is going to take a shot at Ingwe as well. And that's a 21 to hit.
Whew.
That's a 4 piercing damage to Ingwe the wolf. And the little guy here is going to start reloading the cannon. So that's his turn for now. Next up. Okay. So you also notice something else. In the water, there's obviously a guy half drowning after being shot by the captain. But you also see the water itself starts to form almost like a pillar of water. And then this person comes up from the water. And he's kind of levitating on this pedestal of water, and you can see it's some creature with blue skin and green hair. It seems to have been there the whole time in the water. And he comes up, and as he sees what is around him, I don't think he's going to see you two. Nope. He is also going to attack Ingwe because he's on the pier, and he's going to shoot him twice. 19 and 21.
Whew.
Pretty sure both of those hit.
Yeah. 15 is the AC.
16 points of force damage as 2 blasts of almost snowball-like cones hit the side of the wolf. And he just floats there on his pedestal. Next up we have Ingwe.
Ingwe is going to... Does that cloud of daggers...
Anything.
So that I've just
I
got
can't
smashed by that
differentiate.
dude. I rolled contest.
No, so
Yeah, but it's only 5 feet. How wide is the...
What is the question, sorry?
Sorry, Laura. You go.
5 feet.
How wide is the thing, and how wide is the cloud of daggers,
it's
and
5
how
feet
wide
on
is
each
the bed?
side.
How wide is the dock?
And he's currently on the other side of him. There's a stack of like chests and boxes and stuff. So you can't get around him unless you jump from one end of the pier up the stairs to the next part, because he's kind of in the way. Strangely enough.
In that case, I'm going to walk right up to the cloud of daggers, and I'm going to like growl and just walk slowly at that guy and ignore the guy that smashed me from the side. I'm going to take the dodge action, but try and I want to occupy the space so he can't come forward through the cloud of daggers.
So you're not getting affected by the cloud of daggers, but if he moves, it gives you an opportunity attack, and he's in cloud of daggers as well. Right. Is there anything else? Yep.
And I'll take the dodge action.
That's your turn?
Yep.
So next up we have Tam.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
From where we are,
Mm-hmm.
actually, before I do anything, how long is it since I sent Sonos back to the farm?
Oh, it would have been 5 minutes. So he probably would have reached there by now.
That's he would have reached there by now.
Yeah, it's like 5
Okay,
minutes
so
away. And he can fly, so it's even faster.
I'm going to talk to Sonos.
Right.
I want to briefly talk to Sonos. I just want to find out if he has arrived yet and whether he's told my parents.
Yep. Oh, good, boss. Mission accomplished.
So Sonos, have you spoken to them? Okay, I need you back here. I need you back here now.
Right.
So I can bamf him out and bamf him back here instantly.
Yep. Now I have
So
a
he
golden mini
becomes
there.
he's here with me now.
Yes. What are we doing? What are we doing? What the
I
fuck is that guy
need him
doing?
here we are trying not to die.
Thanks.
It's a long story. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. So I'm going to. Is there any cover within? So I can't see behind the bales that we're at. Is there
you can look
cover?
out.
Like, can I move from there to more cover somewhere else?
You'd have to go behind the houses then.
I'm acutely aware of how little cover. Yeah, I'm acutely aware of how little cover some hay bales is going to give me if they shoot me with a cannon. So, although Ingwe seems to be copping all of the heat right now, so
For now.
what do I do? What do I do? Okay,
I came in like a cannonball.
I'm just going to shoot. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Who are you shooting at?
I'm gonna shoot the Whipmaster. So I will just take a step out from the side, just like lean my way around, and I'm gonna focus on the Whipmaster, and you'll just see the golden light, like the sunlight, coalesce around the end of my hands, and just shoot out towards the Whipmaster. And there's like a strange crackle though, because I've got Hex going on, and Hex is necrotic. So I imagine that it's not all sunshine and rainbows, that there might be just a hint of owie necro going on there as well. So yeah, so I start blasting. So I'm gonna shoot the bald man. Not that there's anything wrong with bald men, okay? We're part of a brethren here. We like to lick each other on the heads, like from the Family Guy episode.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Oh!
It's a natural one for you.
Sounds encouraging.
So I rolled the natural one.
Yeah.
So what were you shooting with?
Okay. I Eldritch Blast.
How many do you have?
I got the gun, Hex. Yeah, just one. Okay. I'm still only like level 1 or something stupid.
Right. So it just flies past him and just impacts on the side of the ship.
Does nothing. Yeah, great. Yeah, that's my shot. I can't do anything else. That's me.
Fair enough.
That's me. Fuck.
Right. So next up we have Celeste.
Me, okay. Kind of like looking around. If I kind of like lean out from next to that hay bale and look up at the person that's loading the cannon, can I tell where he's aiming it?
So far you can't. From where you are, you can't really see him because he's a gnome. He's a pretty small guy. So far it's still pointing.
But I'd be able to see the cannon.
So far it's still pointing in the same direction. He's been like working on it. That's all you can really see, like filling it with gunpowder and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So there's no cannonball in it, and it's not moved yet.
Okay. How far away from me is he?
About 60 feet.
Okay. I am going to close my eyes and reach out my hands, and I'm going to start mumbling underneath my breath. And I'm just going to start saying really uncouth, awful, nasty swear words under my breath in my native language. And I will cast Dissonant Whispers on him, please. And
you have to be able to see him?
throw. No, he just needs to be able to hear me within 60 feet.
Oh, that's perfect. That is a 6.
Ooh, it's never worked before. My save is so low. Okay.
Oh, well, I can take it back.
No.
If
No,
you
no,
would
no, no, no.
Spoil it.
That is a 16. 16 points of psychic damage. I better say psychotic damage, but
Doesn't it also do
16
something
points
else?
of psychic. I don't know. It's never worked before. 3d6 psychic damage must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far away from you as its speed allows it.
Right.
Yes.
That's a very different scenario.
No more shooty bang bangs.
I never saw on a successful save the target takes half as much damage. I've never done that before.
You've missed out on all this half damage.
Read your spells, people.
Does it have a lingering effect after that?
I don't think so. It just says a different creature automatically succeeds on the save. It just says, yeah, it must use its reaction to just move as far away from you as possible. It doesn't say anything about the user's next turn or anything like that.
Right, cool. Well done.
You
hear a small scream.
I'm going to look up. I'm going to look up towards Ingwe. I'm just going to go, Ingwe, please, we really, really need you. Please. And I'm going to bonus action healing word the wolf boy. Where are all my d4s? Okay,
I think Tom broke them in his sliding door.
Yeah, I do remember that trick.
I just broke fucking one.
All right, so that's only 6. It's only 6 points of heals, Ingwe, but you've got it.
Hey, that's a buff to an attack.
And then I'm going to use the rest of my movement looking around. What's next to that hay bale?
A hay. What do you call it? Hayfield. There's a hayfield on the other side, and then there's
nothing next to that hay bale that we're currently standing behind?
No, not other than the docks itself.
Okay. Alright, I'm just going to kind of like move back and just like shrink down and kind of like crouch and make myself as small a target as possible.
Right
and I'm just going to be like, shit. And that's my turn.
Fair enough. Next up after you, we have the Raven Squire, as you know her. So she's going to go over to the side and have a look to try to figure out what to do, and then realize, what the fuck is this huge guy doing down there? Because you're literally right in front of her face. So she is going to attack you twice with her.
3, 5, 4, I smell shit.
15 to hit?
15 hits. Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought that actually was a miss. Okay. So that is 9 points of slashing damage. Pretty good.
Okay.
Very well. So that was her.
And she was just the one attack, or was that for 2 attacks?
The other one didn't hit. I rolled a 5. So.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And the Whipmaster's turn. So I think he needs to give him some damage there, Celeste.
I do need to dish out a little bit of damage. That is 12 points of piercing damage, I believe. It's piercing.
Rightio.
Oh no, 4d4 plus. Wait. Oh no, just 4d4. Yeah, of slashing damage.
Right. Rightio. Alright, he's looking a bit hurt. He's making some sounds that definitely doesn't come out of a fully healthy person. But he's still standing there, and now he's going to move a little bit away from that thing. Because I think that stays there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just up. It's a concentration, so if I get hit, I have to check, but...
So he's moving out of this way. So if he moves up here, he will be out of the range of that. I'll put this little marker here. That's where you kind of put it. You do?
Do I get an opportunity attack?
Hits.
21.
21.
Takes
10
10 points of piercing damage. And must make a DC 13 strength saving throw
50.
or be knocked prone.
And you don't have Sentinel, so you can still move. Yep, alright.
No, he can still move. But if he was knocked prone, then he'd have to use half his movement to get back up.
No, he got out of the way. That was... Well, I mean, that was his movement at least. He's getting pretty angry now by all this shit going on, so he's going to do something a little crazy because he's a little bit of a nut here. He's going to jump over the barrier of the blades, over to the other side of the docks, and attack Ingwe. So first I'm going to make a acrobatics check.
Yeah.
That's a 2.
Yeah.
So he falls into the water, so he doesn't really hit anything, and I don't think you normally would take much damage from falling that height there. He gets 3 points
Into the
of
water. No.
damage. That is the wrong person, so there we go. Right. Okay, so he takes some damage and he lands in the water. He's like, rah! Looks pretty angry. But
I would like to raid.
that was his turn, so
Blub, 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 blub.
top of the line, it is Jean.
Okie dokie. So, I just want to confirm everyone I can see right now.
Right.
So, I've got one person in front of me at the top of this thing that I'm about to climb over, this
One
ledge.
there. There's a captain here. There's another guy behind the captain here. There's one guy who ran all the way to the end. One guy in the top. And then the one guy in the water. And then the guy here that's kind of floating in the water.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to, even if I need to shuffle over a little bit, I'm going to climb up onto the ledge first, get myself some secure footing.
Yep. So you can get all the way up now if you want. That
Okay.
you had left there.
And first thing I'm going to do, I've got my hand axes out and I'm right up in someone's face. This feels like a bad idea. I've got my shield still on my back. I'm going to turn and I'm going to throw my axe over the edge towards the guy on the water pillar, the guy floating up.
Right. Make an attack roll.
Okay. How many feet is that? Because I don't have a huge range with this. So the attack might be a disadvantage.
45 feet, I'd say.
Okay, yeah. Hand axe has only got a range of 20 feet. 60 long range, so disadvantage attack. An 11?
No, unfortunately not.
This massive hand axe, because it grows with me, just splash. I'm then going to use my action surge so that I can perform another action.
Right.
And I'm going to use it to do a shove action, and I'm going to try push this person off the top of the rafter. I'm going to try to throw them over the edge, yeah.
Okay, so make an attack roll first to see if you hit them.
Okay. Now there was something with attacks with this, I think.
Plus a
Just
D4
increased damage. Yeah.
when you hit.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah! Sorry, 23.
23 definitely hits. And then a
Yeah.
contested
Yeah.
strength check, and you have advantage, I believe.
Yep. All right. 19 and 18 natural. That is 21 strength.
Yeah.
Woo!
So you
21.
manage to push her over the side.
Hell yeah!
She falls into the water. And that would have
Fuck
hurt.
that beach.
That would have hurt. So it's 10 points of bludgeoning damage. So that's the
I am going to take a couple steps back, and I don't know if it's an action or bonus action. I'm hoping to pull out my shield and axe, get myself into my.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then I'm gonna pull out my shield and axe, back up, a couple feet towards the back of the ship to get out of range of as many ranged attacks as I can, basically. And then I'm also going to use my bonus action to second wind, if I may. Which 1d10 plus 3. Okay, so I heal back 5 hit points.
Very well.
Sweet, and that's my turn.
Right. All good. So that's the end of your turn, so that means that now it is the captain's turn. He's going to move a little bit. Move towards the middle here. I'm gonna see if he can spot one of you two hiding or not. Nope, he cannot. So he is going to take another shot at Ingwe. That is.
Remember, attacks with disadvantage because I dodged.
I rolled a 16 and a 20, so you get the 16, which is then a 20.
Could have been worse. Could have been worse.
8 points of piercing damage. As he. And then reloads. So that's the captain's turn. Next up, we have the guy with a crossbow in the top, who's also going to take a shot at Ingwe. That is a miss.
Yep.
Little guy can now compose himself a little bit. So he is going to move backwards where the cannon is. He's going to begin doing something else.
Mysterious, I like it.
Yeah, and that was his turn. So next up we have the guy on the water pillar. He is going to use his movement, and he is going to land right here. And then he's going to cast a spell. So I need both of you two to make a strength saving throw.
I will not.
Yep. Me?
No, Tam and
Me
Celeste.
and John? Or
Strength saving
Oh,
throw.
yeah.
Natural 20, beach!
I rolled a 14.
So,
Yeah.
so Tam,
Pick up on natural 20.
you take 7 points of necrotic damage. And until the next... and you can't take any reactions until your next turn. And Celeste, you take 3 points. I said 7, so 3 points of necrotic damage, but no additional effect.
That wasn't a charm, was it?
No, it was Arms of Hadar.
Right.
But he is now currently in melee combat with both of you. And that was his turn. So next up, we have Ingwe.
So in front of me, there's a person in the water. There's two people in the water, and in front of me, you said there's daggers. Can I easily get around them?
You'd have to crawl around the boxes, or you'd have to jump around.
Let me make a con check for those daggers quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they're down.
That's true.
And a natural 20 again.
It's okay.
I just wasted
Get
my
them
natural
out now.
Can I? How does jumping work? Is it like, what's your jump distance?
I would say that it's half your movement.
You jump. I was literally looking at this before to figure out my jump distance before. Your jump distance is depending what you're doing. If it's a running jump, it's your where is it? Number of feet equal to your strength score. Long jump.
Okay. So what is the wolf's strength?
What? Oh, yeah. Okay, so 17. Yeah. Okay, got it. So 17 feet. Is there like, can I jump past the daggers with my 17 feet of jumping?
You can. You would need to make an
Onto
athletics
that, like,
check to
box
jump
up the
over
left,
there,
isn't it?
but you can. Acrobatics check, not athletics. Acrobatics.
Yeah. That's not going to take my action, though,
I'd
is
say
it?
it's movement.
Yeah, okay. So 16.
So you managed to just barely jump past it and land over here. So that takes most of your movement because you did the jump there.
Yeah, okay. And so then I'm going to go... So doing that jump uses up all my 50 feet.
You move
of
15
movement.
feet so far from the jump. So, I mean, you still have a bit left.
Yes. Okay, because I want to try and get... Oh, like, if there's people on the deck, like, is there anyone I can see?
See the captain on the other side. But he's a little further down. You could get to him if you tried. But there's also a gnome in the way, but you don't know he's there.
Up by John. Is the captain up by John?
So the captain is right there.
I don't know the gnome is there.
The captain's there, there's another guy behind him, and then John's there.
Okay, so I'm trying to get on the boat and look. So I'm just gonna run towards the middle of the boat till I can see anyone that I can. And then does the gnome jump out and like?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's a gnome right there. So I would attack the gnome. And that's a 22 to hit. And he takes 10 points of piercing damage and has to make a strength check of 13.
This is 9, so he falls prone.
And I'm going to use my special druid ability to give myself 2 hit points.
And that's you? Right. So next up,
Yep, that's me. Yep.
And after this round, I think we need to take a break and then we can continue.
Sweet.
Okay, so the Whipmaster has fallen into the drink, right?
The bald man has fallen into the water, yes.
Yeah. Yes. So is he? Can I see him bobbing around on the surface? Like, or is he drowning?
He's swimming.
Is he under the water, or can I see him still?
You can still see him. He's moving towards you.
Okay. So yeah. Well, I'm gonna try and shoot him again. Given that my hex is still on him. I'm gonna try and cap him again. See if I can not roll a natty 1 this time.
Right, go for it.
That's better. That's a 21 to hit.
Hell yeah.
I'm assuming that hits. Oh, another 6 necrotic damage. Eat that, motherfucker. And oh no, it's not that, is it? It's this.
Sure.
Yeah, so he got 6 necro for that, for hex.
Yep.
And a 10. Fuck yeah. So 10 plus 3 is 13 force damage and 6 necrotic damage.
Right. You hit him right in his face, and he tries to like ignore it, but then he just goes unconscious. And he does not move. Floating upside down.
And I will. So you said I couldn't use my reaction. Does that mean I can't use my bonus action?
You just can't use your reaction. So if someone were to move out of your
that's
range,
what I thought. So
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So so let me get this right. So the woman pirate is in the water.
Mm-hmm.
There is a guy on a water spout.
No, he's right behind you.
He's not on the spout anymore. He's directly in front of us.
So he landed.
That's the guy with the arms of Hadar.
Smashed you. Mm-hmm.
That's the guy with the arms of Hadar. Okay, so I'm then. So is he behind us?
He's right behind you too.
He's behind us. Okay, well I'm going to transfer my hex to him with my bonus action.
Nice.
You also notice that this guy is not something that you have seen before. His skin is all blue, and he has like little gills, and he has long green hair, and his eyes are just like white. There's no pupils in them; they're just white.
Right. Okay. That sounds fucking creepy. I'm gonna have to kill that guy, I guess. So I will. So that's my action. I'm not going to use my movement, my bonus action. Yeah, that's me. I'm done.
Right. So next up we have Celeste.
Okay, so seeing this figure kind of like move over towards us, I'm going to turn and look at him. Have I ever seen a creature like this before?
I'd like you to make a history check. See if you have.
History.
Because there's a chance you have.
Oh, that's an 18 plus 4 for a 22.
You've seen this creature type before. It's a Triton. Usually they're good creatures, but this one doesn't seem so good.
Looking at him, I'm going to turn with my hands raised. And I'm going to look back at Tam. And then I'm going to walk kind of like around this creature to stand on the other side of it. So not trying to like move out of his melee. I'm just trying to like kind of like spin around so that I can flank him potentially. So he's between myself and Tam.
Very well. That's it.
And then I am going to reach out and grab him, like grab him by the tentacle arm, I guess, that he's got, or just normal arm. I don't know if the tentacle was just part of the
so it's
spell,
the spell that comes out and attacks you.
And I'm going to. All right.
Going to what?
And I'm going to grab his gross, slippery, scaly arm, and I'm going to cast Shocking Grasp on him.
So that's a melee attack, right?
With yes, With advantage, I would assume.
Right.
Oh, first one's good. First one was the one. So that's a dirty 20.
Hits.
Where are my dice? So that is 6 points of what is it? Lightning damage.
6 points of lightning damage. Okay. So
um,
you take 20 points
yes.
of damage as well.
I'm done. I'm down. I'm out.
What?
Yeah.
Your
What
body
the
starts
fuck,
filling
man?
up with water, and you start spitting out seawater, and you just can't focus, and you just go unconscious.
Oh my god.
Cool.
I'm off Agatha.
Okay. Cool.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, that counts because it's a melee attack.
Fuck.
So
is it a
currently,
melee or is it a...
Well, you have to make a melee
Yeah, make a
attack
melee
roll,
spell attack.
so,
Yep.
yeah.
Lucky she's standing next to her.
Unfortunately, with this one here, it does count as a melee attack. Next one up, we have the woman in the water, who will start swimming it. And she's gonna get to roughly around here, I think, before it's the end of her. And the Whipmaster is dead. So I think we'll have a break here and continue after the break, just for extra
Cool.
cliffhanger.
Yeah. I was gonna say, just as Celeste goes down.
Just as
And we'll
Celeste
be
goes
back.
down. Holy shit.
She's gonna be
Sorry.
mad at you, Tim. She's gonna be mad.
That is true.
She can't
She's
be
gonna
too
come
mad
back
if
and
I
taunt you.
bring her
I
back.
told you so.
Maybe if I don't bring her back, she can't be mad at me.
Good point.
Okay.
I will go to
Alright.
break, and we will
See you guys
continue
soon.
right after. Are you looking for a more exotic or sophisticated choice in dice? You should check out Level Up Dice, the company of experts in specialty dice, made from materials like semi-precious stones, aluminium, and even have options for wood and bone dice. The designs are so beautiful it's hard not to find something which fits your next character. Level Up is an Australian-owned company and also run the Level Up TTV Twitch channel focusing on broadcasting tabletop role-playing games. Follow a link below when purchasing from Level Up Dice. It will greatly help support our channel and also help an Australian local retailer. Level Up Dice, the sophisticated choice. Monsters and Mayhem is sponsored by Miniporium.net, a huge selection of highly detailed miniatures for any tabletop role-playing game. Check out the beautiful miniatures, and if you use the code MAYHEM, all capital letters, at checkout, then you receive a 30% discount. In the beginning there was nothing. From the nothing sprung forth a something. The something was not a who or it. The something simply was. The something began roaming the nothingness and found itself alone. In solitude the something became the somethings. Multiple somethings sprung forth of the something, each with its own voice and presence. The somethings, as great as divine as they were, all needed something to measure their own greatness by. They created the first earth, and by doing so, became gods. The first Earth was not perfect. In fact, it had many flaws. Because it was made as a circle, most things placed upon it would fall off the sides into the nothingness. The gods grew furious about the Earth, and they cut it in half to make it flat. The excess was simply pushed aside and forgotten, at least for a while. The second Earth was perfect, flat and vast. Each god began to populate it with creations and land masses of their dreams. Each god creating beings of their very own. Soon the world was full of inhabitants, and they all began to watch over their creations with anticipation. However, many creations did not turn out the way the gods had hoped for, and a lot of animosity was born over the first few years. The creations would go to war with each other and even themselves. Some of these wars even spilled into the realm of the gods, where the gods themselves would command their creations to destroy another god's creation. The gods were eager to prove themselves better than another, and a long bloody war was fought throughout the first era of the first 3,000 years. A massive war for survival was fueled by the gods themselves as the world began to burn. They started to see their own mistakes. The gods made many sacrifices and separated some races from others by magic or by using the elements of nature. They tried to stop their creation, and slowly a peace of sorts came to be. And such the second era came to be, with peace and kindness as its goal. Not every god nor every creature followed the peaceful ways, and some even broke away from their gods after such events. But for now the god wars were over, having successfully separated their creation to an extent, minimizing the overall doomsday and averting full chaos. For almost another 3,000 years, the races had been completely separated. The gods had made a plan. The God Gate, located now in the Kingdom of Quill and where the borders of Okorlan is, had been inscribed with one of the family's life forces, the Karameshi. Once a descendant of that family were to attempt to open the God Gate, all races would once again have free reign. At the end of the 3,000 years, an unknown member of the Karameshi touched the God Gate, unlocking the prophecy. The mountain chains and oceans dividing the races all came down all over the realm. Great panic and rejoice at the same time, as creatures that had once only heard fairy tales of each other now once again stood face to face with one another. The gods had hoped that the last 6,000 years would have been enough for everyone to learn to coexist. But from the start, the tension already started building again. Wherever fragile peace was on the table seemed to crumble and regather from time to time. But the time of the wars was surely not over. There was now other entities who spread darkness across the world. Maybe the world had learned its lesson, or maybe it was doomed to repeat it. Welcome to the world of Epidos, where adventures are born, heroes are forged, and villains are always up to mischief. The Kingdom of Quill lies in the middle of it all, the heart of human civilization, at least if you ask them. To the north lies the cold Shadanon, where Northling constantly test the borders to the kingdom with raids and invasions. To the south lies the desert lands of Zahani, ruled by self-proclaimed princes and empresses. The tension is at an all-high after a failed invasion into the kingdom years ago still sends trouble both ways. To the southeast lies the Dragon Empire, a proud people ruled by the Dragon Emperor, who according to legend are a descendant from a real dragon. The empire has been locked in a cold war with the kingdom for generations, blocking all travel from entering the nation. But for the common folk, it's Monday. The birds are flying low and it looks like it may rain.
Jean Ordenfall spent his childhood on his family's farm, just south of the Duvet Forest. His parents, Durden and Macy, raised him well, teaching him what he needed to know to one day take over. Financially, they did quite well for themselves, carting their crops to nearby towns and cities for sale, although the frigid weather that often surrounded their home did not make it an easy life. As is the case with most youngins living the farm life, John eventually sought to see what else the world had to offer, and so he left in search of what opportunities the neighboring city had for him. It wasn't long before he realized the city life was not his to live. The boy who left, though, had become a man, and the man had met a woman, a blacksmith's daughter by the name of Cerithia. They fell for each other quick, and before they knew it, their love blossomed into a marriage and a son. The son they named Derlin, after Jean's father. Jean eventually returned home to his parents' farm with his family, where they made a life for themselves, a new life for his wife and son, but one all too familiar to Jean. They were happy. That is, until the day vile creatures from beyond the veil made their way into their home. After being driven from his homeland by the insatiable undead that now plague it, Jean seeks out those brave enough to aid him in cleansing his land of the foul fate that befell him and his family, and exacting the vengeance he so eagerly thirsts for.
As a child, Celeste Highcrest would never have dreamed of leaving the sheltered life of luxury she had become accustomed to. Born to two noble parents in a land far beyond the Vale, Celeste's childhood had been fraught with expectation. Her father, High Archivist Saran Highcrest, had set high standards for his two children, and the elder of those two elves, Celeste's sister Cressida, had surpassed all of them. Cressida had found her talents at an early age, her nose buried in books, and magic coming to her as easy as breathing. Celeste, however, had struggled in the shadow of her sister's success for as long as she could remember, never quite meeting the expectations of her father, and always the object of his disappointed glances. When the two elves came of age, they sat the entrance exam to join their father at the sanctum, to become mentored under his tutelage and scribe ancient texts in the archives. Cressida, to no one's surprise, had passed the exam with overwhelming success. Celeste, on the other hand, held true to her long-standing tradition of always being second best. It was rare that one should ever choose to leave their homeland, but never being able to escape the constant overshadowing from her sister, Celeste had decided it was finally time to break free of this tradition. For here, she would always be Cressida's sister, never her own person. But if she were to leave, perhaps she could finally forge her own path. She found her way to the dimension door, stepping through for the first time and finding herself in a land strangely familiar, yet unlike anything she had ever experienced. She boarded the first ship she came across, bound for the kingdom of Quell, and spent years traveling these oceans between continents, desperate to find something worthy enough to bring home as tribute to her family. Until one day, the news found her. The door that she had stepped through to enter this plane had vanished, along with every other door that could lead her home. Now stuck, seemingly an entire universe between her and her homeland, Celeste is searching for answers, and some miracle that could lead her home again.
A young half-elf, Tam Cawthon grew up working the land with his father and learning herblore and healing from his elven mother. After a horrible childhood accident, he swore he would avoid violence, unless he had no other choice. When the war came, like every Cawthon for generations before him, Tam enlisted to fight for his king. During the bloody battle for King's Helm, Tam's selfless efforts to heal his friends caught the eye of the celestial Aethia, and she became his patron, giving him the gift of celestial healing. His courage in battle did not prevent him from drawing the ire of his superiors. His compassion was blind, and he would heal all in need, even the enemy. After the end of the war, Tam worked as a healer in the villages outside Crackvolm, hoping to save enough money to gain entry to the Healers Guild. After a series of unfortunate events, Tam finds himself in debt to a very wealthy and very criminal cartel boss. Pinned between his compassion and his new master, Tam tries to make the best of his situation, dreaming of a day where he can live his life in freedom.
Ingwe grew up in an exclusive, reclusive community of druids. His elders, ancient and wise, one of the greatest, his mother, was a great storyteller, and he grew up sharing their stories. While the community has very strict rules and customs and routines, each member is encouraged once in a lifetime to travel out into the world and experience the trials and tribulations, bring back their challenges to share, and to tell the story of the world.
That's a very long one. It's still there.
I was just trying to count to 3, but apparently that is too hard for me today.
It's like that countdown that parents do. Like, I'm going to give you to the count of 3. 1,
Yeah, it turned into like that.
two and a half, 2 3/4.
Yeah, I remember when
I should know by now.
I was first starting as a teacher, and my mentor teacher said to me, like, so you count them down, right? You give them 5 seconds to get their stuff together and, you know, come back. And she said, never get to 0. Whatever happens, never get to 0. Because at that point, you're screwed. Because once you get to 0 and they're still going, it's all over, man.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, so to any of my kids who are listening, just forget I just said that, okay?
Well, none of your new kids are going to hear that, right?
None of my new kids, no.
Fair enough. Anyway, back into combat, we have now a unconscious Celeste next to this weird creature. And at the top of the round, we have Sean.
Alrighty. Here we go. Let's see if this plan works out. There's no one up top, that top area with Jean, is there?
No, there's a crossbowman in the lookout, and there is 2 guys below where the edge is, where you can see it on the other side.
Is there a set of stairs running down on each side?
Yes.
And it's only 5 feet wide, those steps, aren't they?
Yes, they are a little slim.
Little
for
tight.
Big John.
Yep. All right. Here goes. Jean is going to run forward and jump up onto the railing, spinning around 180.
Right.
So basically have his back towards the ledge. And then he's going to look down and jump backwards over top of the captain, who I believe is beneath him. And he's going to try bring the axe down on the captain as he's dropping.
Yeah.
Right. I think this qualifies as another acrobatics one, though.
Let's do it.
This one's going to be a little interesting, I think, because there's not a lot of stuff you can land safely around there, but let's give it a go.
It's not great. It's an 8.
8.
Yep.
Okay, let me think of this. So
the dice is like 17, 7.
So it doesn't take a lot of action to jump and turn around. That's okay, you can do that. But then you land right on the cannon.
My unknown strength with my new jumping ability.
So without doing it on purpose, you damage the cannon.
Sweet, I'll take it.
Because of your insane weight right now. But you also
what are you, like 600 kilos or something?
I'm about 650, yeah.
Half a ton just landed on the cannon. So you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage as well. Because you land right on your ribs, like...
Imagine the ship even like rocks a bit, like...
The ice on the North Pole kind of slightly melts a little.
Alrighty. Am I prone? Do I full land prone, or do I sort of like hit it and bounce onto my feet?
You are laying down on the cannon, so you would count as prone, yeah.
Okay. Standing up. Well, first of all, do I have enough movement to stand?
You have enough movement to stand, but that's also...
But then that's it, right?
Because you kind of land on all these other things here as well. It's not really a specific place to land on.
Yeah.
But you can get up very sore.
Okay. And is there anyone within melee of me now?
Is the captain is within melee of you?
The captain's within melee? Sweet. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep it nice and simple. I'm gonna swing better.
Swing better, hey.
Alrighty,
Also,
so
I forgot to give this guy a number, so let's just ignore he was over there.
Cool, I'll take it.
So it's only supposed to be 5.
When I landed, the ship rocked and it catapulted him.
He was never here.
Yeah. Okay, so that is a 22 to hit.
Hits.
And that is 1d8 and 1d4. Oh, that's an 8 and a 1 plus 2. That is 11 slashing damage.
Right.
As I sort of land, I'm just going to thrust my axe upwards towards him. Yeah.
He takes it in the shoulder and he's surprised, first of all, that you just did that. Also, that this giant creature just jumped over him and then gets up and just slashes him across his side without him even being able to parry it. He's like, "Wah!" See, he's missing a few feet, not because of you, but just in general.
Bring it on. Shield forward.
Well.
DM, sorry, just quickly, I just wanted to mention that those daggers are gone now.
Right.
Just FYI.
Right.
Right. That's your turn?
Yeah. I don't think I can do. No, I don't really have much bonus action stuff I can do. So I'm just keep it simple. Such as Jean.
Right. So that's the captain's turn. And currently he can still only see 2 of you. He can't see Tam from there, I think. I'm gonna try to see if he can see Tam. Nope, that's not Tam, that's a tree. He's going to attack you twice, Sean. That is a
Bring it on, dude.
nothing and a not natural 20, a dirty 20. I couldn't remember the word. Dirty 20.
Yep, that's a hit.
So 8 points of slashing damage back to you.
Whew.
She's like, and the second hit just misses completely. That is his turn. So the crossbow man in the lookout is going to take a shot at Sean at this point. That is a 17 to hit.
That's a hit.
That is 10 points of piercing damage.
John is down.
Oh. Does that mean the spell also stops working, or are you still?
I think I'm just a big unconscious guy now. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's my spell. I'm the controller.
Yeah.
John also goes down, unfortunately. The gnome is gonna get up and try to attack. Anyway, that's called. No, that's not hit, but he gets up. There we go. That was the gnome. So now it is the Triton's turn. So he's going to blast you, Tam, with 2 wet ridge blasts. Not sure what you call it if it's water. That
Hell Drench Blast.
Hey!
does 18 hit you, Tam?
Yeah.
Pretty sure you have like a high armor class. That's
Nah, I don't.
that's
level
14
3.
points of
Level
Eldritch
3.
Blast damage as you start spitting up water. And that is his turn. Next up, we have Ingwe. I was like, is he frozen or is he just panicking? He's just panicking.
Ingwe the wolf is going to. The gnome got up and took a swing at me. Who else is on the deck now?
Captain
Can I
and the guy on
look?
the top.
Can I see who else is on the deck? We've got giant. Oh, there's the guy up in the crow's nest, and that's it.
So
and
what you
the
see in front of you, you see
captain
the
and
gnome right in front of you, and then there's the cannon. On the other side of the cannon, you see the captain, and you see a unconscious John, and then you know up in the crow's nest there's a guy shooting crossbow bolts.
Yeah.
Who just hit Sean in the shoulder, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
And then.
Oh, the crossbow guy hit John in the shoulder.
Yeah,
Okay,
and the one who
so
was in the
captain's still
water
gotta
is
go.
starting to climb towards Celeste and Tam.
Okay. Oh, that's right. There's people in the water. Oi. I can't. Okay, I'm just gonna attack. I'm gonna attack the gnome. 12 to hit.
He just moves out of the way for the massive jaws of the wolf.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I'm going to use my bonus action to give myself 1 HP.
Oh, so next up, we have Tam, but before Tam can react, Sona's done. So he becomes invisible, and he hovers over Celeste. And you're the only one who can hear this, Tam, because you're the only one who's conscious and the only one nearby. It's like, no, come on, wake up, come on. This is not how it's supposed to go. No. And then he casts a spell. And you take 8 points of healing. You see that little fella sitting on your chest just looking scared. And now it is Tam's turn.
Can I see him or is he invisible?
He is visible now.
I think he's gone visible. He's visible.
Oh, he's visible.
Yeah, he's visible.
I am going to I'm going to yell at Sonus. Sonus, thank you, but you need to get out of here. Disappear, go. And then I am going to yeah, so I'm going to blast the Triton. That's all I can do at this point. Yeah, I'm going to blast him. I'm going to... Yeah, I don't have a choice. I have to.
Sona's response while you say that is, he says, "Nurr, nurr," and he sounds like a dog, and he just stays on her chest. He does not move. But he's pretty much barking at this guy.
Killed. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. I tried.
You did.
Awesome. All right. So that's 21 to hit.
Definitely
the warlock.
Hits. What do you hit him with?
Murloc. Fishlock.
Fishlock?
Yeah, this is Eldritch Blast for sure.
This is just an Eldritch Blast shootout right now.
Fishlock. So 4 necrotic damage. And...
Sorry, can you repeat that? There was a
8 plus 3 is... So 4 necrotic.
4 necrotic, yeah.
So it's 4 necrotic damage on him.
Yep.
And it is 11 force damage.
Right. So when you hit him, he takes damage.
Okay, and I'm... Okay. Okay. And I am going to reach up to the heavens and put a hand against my chest, and you'll see Tam glowing faintly, and if you could see his eyes, they would glow too. Both eyes would go gold. And I'm going to cast Healing Light on myself. Yep. And I am going to... That's it. That's all I'm going to do. That's it.
Right. So I was trying to say before, but it cut a little bit back and forth. So when you hit him, he takes the hit, and you see it's like a whole bunch of water just falls off him after you hit.
Sweaty.
Sweaty palms, knees weak, arms are heavy.
Okay.
But that is your turn then, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. I've used my action to hit him and bonus action to cast Healing Light.
Right.
And yep, that's me.
Right. Next up, Celeste.
Okay. Do I feel the weight of Sonos on my chest? Like, is he like material? Like, do I feel him there?
You can
Like
feel
I
him,
would
and
any other
he's
creature.
visible. Like there was a squirrel sitting on your chest or something like that. It's not super heavy, but you can feel him. Kind of like if a cat was sitting on you.
Okay. I was trying to think if she. No, she would. He's too important to Tam, and from their conversation, she wouldn't do it. So she is going to look at Tam, look up at him. Well, I was going to cast an area of effect spell that originated from me, but it deals damage to everything in the vicinity. So I was just thinking, with our conversation last session, like, what does she consider a familiar to be? But she's going to look up at Tam from her spot on the ground, and she's going to look at him, and she's going to go, "I'm sorry, Tam," and she's going to disappear into a silvery mist of smoke and reappear 30 feet away from this creature. I'd say like 30 feet, like behind him, I would assume.
Right. 30 feet is... It's a little hard to show.
So she's going to Misty Step as her bonus action.
Right. So, I mean...
Yeah, we can just assume that she's out of melee range of this thing.
So, yeah, it's just a little hard to have everything on the map, unfortunately, with this one. Okay, so...
Yes, that's fine. So she is gone in an instant. And she is going to, as she lands, so as she kind of comes out of the mist and materializes behind him, in like one fell swoop, she's going to bring out her crossbow and she's just going to aim it towards him as she kind of like materializes back into the space.
Right. Go for it.
So crossbow is, why is it not? Oh, right. Natural one.
Okay. There's 2 people in melee combat currently with this individual. I would say roll a
do you realize
d6.
That?
If it's 1 or 2, it is Sona's.
Mm-hmm.
If it's 3 to 4, it's Tam. If it's anything else, you just miss. What did you roll, sorry? 4?
I'm sorry, buddy.
So roll some damage.
I could lie and say it's a 5.
No, we don't want that.
It's okay, it's okay. Oh, no, it's a 6, actually, sorry.
So, 6 points of piercing damage to Tam's
so that is,
left butt cheek.
No, so it's a 2 plus 3, so it's 5 points of piercing damage.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said damage. 5 points of piercing damage to your left butt cheek. It's a little sore, but I'll make it.
Shot me in the ass, Mike.
Sorry.
You literally have a crossbow bolt sticking out of your butt right now.
I was doing a lot of shooting. Damn, somebody shot you in the ass.
The importance of that critical failure is also very interesting. But yeah, cool. You managed to perform everything you wanted, including shooting Tam in the ass. But I'm guessing that's the end of your turn. Have another shot at finishing Tam.
No, I'm going to use my movement to move.
Oh yeah, you still have movement as well, yeah? So where are you moving to?
I'm going to use, like 10 to 15 feet just further, like towards like the houses, I would assume.
Okay, so actually this way here.
Towards the right.
Okay, so just so you know, there is an individual over here coming out of the water. Right. So.
Okay, well then. No, thank you.
Nope, that's what I thought. That's why I said it, because I thought.
Just away from everything. I'm just moving away from all the things. Just.
I can say you can go. It's a little hard to have it on screen.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're further this way here, over towards the houses.
I'm so far off the map. I'm in the next room. Bye.
Fair. We can say that.
Right, that's my turn.
So that was the end of your turn. It's time for the Raven Squire to finally do something. She's going to use her full movement to get to here. And then she is going to...
Did my disguise self go down when I went unconscious?
It would have. It's a concentration spell.
It would.
Actually, if that's a concentration
I don't think it's
spell, you would have
concentration.
dropped it.
I think it's just last.
Well, anything that you
It's
cast
not a
that has an
concentration, I don't
effect.
believe. I did check, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it goes away when you go unconscious.
Just 1 hour. I don't know if it goes down when you go unconscious.
Well, I mean, you're technically not a
Oh, no, that's what I'm
person
asking.
when you're... I don't know. We can say that you kept it up for now. I'll try to figure it out for next time. You still have it up. She's going to go over there, and she is going to use her movement and her action to get to melee with 10, but she cannot attack because too much movement. That is her turn. So top of the round we have Sean, and normally I roll the death saves.
Yeah.
Right. So that is unfortunately Sean's turn for now. Captain is a little confused of this entire situation, but he also can see that there's a wolf on the other side of him, so he's going to go and attack that one. So he's going to walk on top of Massive John and jump over to attack Ingwe. So he disregards you as a human being in this current moment, but he's going to attack Ingwe instead. That is 2 horrible rolls, so no. That is the captain's turn. Then we have the crossbowman up top who's going to shoot at Ingwe as well. That's a natural 1, so I'm going to roll for him as well. 6, so he hits the captain. And 4.
Hit the gnome! Hit the gnome!
So he gave 4 damage to the captain. Right.
Nice.
And the gnome is going to try to attack you as well. Anyway, that's a... what is that? 17 to hit. Yep.
Yep.
And his weapon there is... Oh, he just does a dagger. 2... 6 points of piercing damage as he stabs you with his little dagger.
And the enlarge reduce drops.
So you are unconscious. Or do you drop your form? What do you mean?
No.
Oh,
I failed my con save. He hit me, and I
Right,
rolled
Cool. Alright, so Sean is just Sean now.
below.
So now Sean is
below
just normal unconscious Sean instead of large unconscious Sean. I'll put him here for now. Right.
You'll always be Big John to me, mate.
Thanks, man.
Papa John's.
It's weird. The wounds stay the same size. I just
You can still jump.
Just the weapons are the same size. So that's
Yeah.
So next up we have the Triton. So the Triton is going to... It's going to use the Arms of Adar again. So Tam, I need you to make another strength saving throw for you and Sonos.
Have I got a plus? No, I don't have any fucking pluses to strength. Strength was my dump stat. Okay, so I got a 19, so no pluses. So hopefully that's enough for me.
And what about him?
Me old mate Sonos, who I told to bugger off and he refused, and then she bamfed out of there anyway. Right, let's see. Does he have... Oh, great. That's fantastic. He's got a bloody minus to his strength stat. That's fantastic. That's so great. Ah, fuck. Okay, rolled a 5. Well, he rolled a 7 and a -2. So,
Right.
yeah, that's that.
Right.
That's that.
So
Actually, can I... Hang on. Can I... Oh, I don't think... I think... Oh, no, just go. Just go.
Right.
Just go.
So you take 4 points of necrotic damage, and he takes 8.
Ooh.
As these two large, smoky-like tentacles come out and
Ooh.
both of you.
Oof. Sonus.
Sonus does not look well. His
No, he does
one
not.
wing actually is pointing the wrong direction currently. And he's looking very surprised by the damage that he just took. But he is still moving. Next up we have Ingwe.
Did we have a conversation about healing potions, or is
we did
that
have a conversation.
something that I've imagined?
So if you have a healing potion...
What? Does
I
John
don't think any
have
of you
healing
any
potions?
We don't have any.
We don't
don't
have
have
healing
any.
potions. We ask for
No,
them
we
and we
don't
didn't
have
get
any.
I think
them,
we've got
right?
a healer's kit potentially.
Yeah,
That's it.
okay.
The
I've
healer's
got
kit's only-
I've got healer's kit. I can do all of that, but we don't have any healing potions.
Yeah, okay. So I am going to run as the wolf towards John and promote. Let's see how it can do this. So I'm going to provoke opportunity attacks to
Captain's gonna
move
make
past
an
the captain
opportunity
and the
attack.
gnome. Step 1 of
16
Ingwe's
to-
master plan.
Don't go down, Ingwe. I can't bring you both up.
Does a 16 hit?
I'm not going down, but I'm potentially not. Yeah, 16 hits.
That's D10. 12 points of piercing damage.
TPK. TPK.
12 points of piercing damage from both of them, or just one?
I rolled pretty fucking well. Yeah, roll a 7 and then
Just
plus
from the
his
captain?
modifiers.
Okay, cool.
He didn't hit.
What about gnome mate?
No, he just rolled a.
Oh, he
a
misses.
So I wouldn't hit you.
Okay. That's all right. I am going to at will drop my wolf when I get. So I'm going to use use how much? How many feet is it to John?
15.
Okay, so I'm going to use 15 feet of movement to John. I'm going to use my action to give John a good
How do
berry.
you do that as a wolf? Okay, got it.
No, I dropped my wolf.
That was like I was like, what?
So I'm no longer a wolf. I'm going to use my action to give John a good berry from my pouch of good berries, which
So that
I
brings him back to
told him
1 hit
about.
point, okay?
so he
back on
gets
1.
1 HP. Yep. I'm going to say to him, Mr. John, it's time to go and then come back. Let's find the others. We can't win this battle.
All right.
Jump off the boat. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to turn. This is a dangerous move. I'm going to use my bonus action to turn invisible
You are currently invisible.
And then I'm going to, once I'm invisible, so I'm using hidden step, I'm going to, so I'm going to turn invisible, and then I'm going to run up the stairs to be away from. I want to be hidden from. So if someone knows where I am, that they can't hit me.
I used a little bit of movement already, so you're probably at the middle of the stairs, I'd say. So not quite at the top, but middle of the stairs.
That's fine. I just want to be. I'm not actually running away.
Yes.
I'm just moving out of. Like I'm turning invisible and then moving a couple of steps so that. Yeah.
Very well.
So that the archer can't shoot me.
I guess he doesn't really know where you are. So to that extent, you're right.
Yeah.
So that's your turn.
And that is my turn.
So Sonas disappears without a word. And Tam, it is your turn.
Okay, so I will. I'm going to take another shot at the Triton. I am going to try and take him down.
Go for it.
So that is a 17 to hit.
Hits.
Okay, come on, baby, come on.
Come on, Tammy.
Fuck. Okay, so that's 2 necrotic damage.
What?
Oh. So that's 13 force damage.
Nice, nice.
He takes the hit, and you can see that he didn't expect that damage, and then he looks down and he realizes the water on the ground. It's like, he just looks back at you.
And he's still up, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Okay, I'm gonna have to heal myself. So I will do that again. Reach up and pray to Aethia, and I'll glow and my eyes will flash, and I'm going to heal myself.
Right.
Okay. Healer, heal thyself.
Well, always look out for number 1.
Oh, someone's got to stay alive here. Okay.
So the doctors died. Who would heal the injured?
Yes, exactly. All right, so that's my turn. Yep, that's it. That's my turn.
Right. How much did you heal yourself?
Yeah. It's a secret. No, 12.
That's fair. I just want to make sure you rolled it. That's all. Like
12.
I want to make sure that you didn't forget to roll it. That's all I mean.
No, I don't.
Well,
I don't roll.
Okay.
I don't roll for that.
No, I just meant you didn't forget to heal yourself. That's all.
I get max.
Oh yeah, that's true.
If I heal myself, I get max.
Fair. That is true. Next up, we have Celeste.
Okay, so how far away is this trident from me?
45 feet again, for some weird reason.
Okay, I'm going to kind of like look between it and Tam, and I am just going to like kind of like press my hands together and then just start whispering to myself. And I'm going to start chanting like a really haunting like sea shanty melody like into my hands. And then I'm going to kind of like hold the words as they kind of like in this like misty bubble, and then kind of like blow them towards him. And I will cast Dissonant Whispers, and I'm going to bump it up to a high level.
Hell yeah.
What level are you casting on?
So that is a wisdom saving throw for me, please. Well, I've only got a second level spell slot, so it's a second level spell. I'm going to cast it at 7th level.
Oh, he did.
There's a 9th level wish activates.
So that's a failure.
Is it actually? Oh my god, why am I winning at Dissonant Whispers today? Alright, so that
That's why I play
is
D&D.
4d6
Get my ass kicked.
psychic. Oh, hell yeah. What's that? 5 and 5 is 10 plus 3 is 13 plus 4 is 40, 50, 60, 17 points of psychic damage.
17
And
points.
he must use whatever. Yeah, 17 points of psychic damage. And now he must move as far away from me as his movement will allow.
Well, that's down.
If he failed. Yes. So it'd be from me. So it's be.
Is he down?
Yeah, he's down. That's the only movement he can currently perform.
And
You got him!
That's got to be the worst fight I've ever seen.
Yes, but you have heard of me.
Yeah.
You hit
and
his
I'm going
hit
to look at
points
Tam, and I'm going to go.
exactly. You and Tam gave him exactly enough hit point damage. That is fucking crazy.
Beautiful.
That's what he gets for that fucking armor of Agathis, you fucking moron. Try that again. I'll smite you. I'm going to look at Tam as he kind of like falls. I'm going to look towards him and go, thank you. You know, we really do need you, and I will give you a point of bardic inspiration, so you have an extra d6 to use for any roll, and you know how inspiration works.
I'm going to use a special Celeste coloured roll.
Is it brown?
No.
That's John's color, because right now
Brown
he's
for
shooting
shoot.
himself.
Cool.
I'm going to go, sorry for the butt.
That's the gather lady. Oh boy.
Yes, so that is me, because if he's down, I am not running anymore. So.
Right. So that's the end of your turn. So next up we have the Raven Squire, currently in melee with Adam. So she's going to look up and down at you with a little smirk and then attack you twice as well. One is a 26 and the other one is
as she does that, I'm going to
12.
I'm going to look at her. So I'm going to look at her as she's saying, you know, as she's like attacking him, and I'm going to go, Captain Helga will be disappointed with how poorly you're doing right now, and she has to take 5 off that roll. I'm going to use my cutting words reaction.
What did I say? I said I rolled 18 plus. Does 22. So that would be
Captain Heldal.
15.
5.
So does a 15 hit you, 10?
Yeah, of course.
No. So it still hits.
Nice try by Laura.
It was probably close, I think. But
Sorry.
the other one does not hit. So that's 6. That's 8 points of slashing damage to Tam. And she instantly locks her head onto you, Celeste. As you say that. And that's the turn.
Oh, shit.
So Sean wakes up bathed in his own blood, but breathing.
Just a heads up, Tam is rainbow puking, as am I a little bit at the moment. I just noticed that now.
Sorry, it's a little.
Or at least, no, they're all good now.
Oh, there you go. The battle cam.
I know they can sometimes auto fix.
Should be okay now, I think.
Fun. Okay, so 1 hit point, sort of groggy, sort of looking around, seeing Way for a moment, blink my eyes, open being Way's gone. Am I in melee with the captain still, technically speaking?
No, you're on the other side.
No? Okay.
No, he ran over.
Okay. Sweet. I am going to stand to my feet, which is half my movement.
Right.
Now, I know this is different between people. How do you count jump? Is that separate to movement regarding distance? Because, for example, I currently jump further than my movement.
Well, I'd say you can use your movement and then action to jump if you want to. Or you can use a jump action movement. You can do either one or the other, or you can do both. Technically, if you do movement and then an action to do so, I'd say. Because jump isn't really very useful in combat normally.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, if that is the case, Jean is going to run 10 feet in the opposite direction to the... Oh, wait, no, because he's only got...
If you jump off now, you're going to take at least 1 hit point of damage.
1 hit point.
Whoa.
You've got my bag of berries.
Oh, you gave me the whole bag? Okay.
I gave you the bag of berries, but it takes an action to eat one, so you can have 1 hit point from a bag from each.
All right. If that is the case,
that's not going to help. That's
no.
Berries.
It's better than nothing, though, for sure. All right, so I can go 5 feet. So basically, to get a full long jump, you need a 10-foot run up. So I'm trying to math that out right now, which means I don't think I have the ability to run 10 feet the way I was hoping for.
Maybe not the way you were hoping for.
No. All right.
You could go over the railing and jump onto the docks if you wanted to, and there's a chance you might not take damage, depending on your...
I got an even stupider idea.
Perfect.
The direction that the captain and the gnome are, they are both... They're both to Jean's left, right? As those running towards the front of the ship.
Yes. And then there's one guy.
Okay. Jean's going to take a step in towards the ship, to, basically diagonally, in the hopes of going around these guys. And he's going to run the full 15 feet of his movement that he has left towards the front of the ship, towards the nose of the ship.
Right.
And then I'm going to use an action to launch myself 45 feet forward into the water.
On this side of the ship or the other side of the ship?
Off the nose of the ship.
Right.
Basically, I'm stepping in and I'm running forward, and I'm trying to clear as much of the front of the ship as I can and land as far forward into the water as I can. I got a 40 feet leap. I'm hoping that clears the front, and I'm just going airball, cannonball style, just arms flailing.
I'd say you can, but you wouldn't be able to get all the way there, because this also has a step here. There's a step where you have to literally climb up.
Okay.
So if you went this way, where my red stick is now, if you can see that. If you went this way, I'd say that you could land somewhere around there in the water. Other than that, you will not really be able to. You will take damage.
That's cool. I'm happy to do it that way.
However,
with the water?
if you are falling like 25 feet, into the water.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I would do it regardless. That's Jean. Jean has no idea. He's gonna dive.
Right.
So to
You
speak.
do a full running jump and you get the motion of the body and you jump off, and then you realize this is gonna hurt. And you take 5 points of bludgeoning damage on the way down.
Jean hits the water, shield first, and then just
unconscious in the water. Drowning.
Bam. Alrighty.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm out. That's been
enough.
done.
Fair enough.
Groggy-eyed, looking about.
So that was Sean's turn, and now it's the captain's turn.
That's what he gets for trying to break his fall with a shield.
The captain saw you doing that, and now you're floating upside down in the water, and he's like, "Okay, that's dealt with, I guess." And he's going to try to move down because he wants to finish this shit. He's going to move down the railing here, and I can't see anyone. He can't see that. No, he can't see enough people. So he's just going to use his movement and his action to move. That's all. So that's his turn, and then we have the gnome and the crossbow man. So the crossbow man can't hit anyone either, so he's going to start climbing down, and he's like halfway. So that's going to be a little tricky. He's halfway, let's say that. And the gnome is going to move down too, because they didn't realize that Ingwe is still up there. So far, they're just moving. The Triton is unconscious. So Ingwe, it's your turn.
Wait, is everyone off the
halfway
ship?
Down the lookout post.
Oh, the guy's coming. So the guy from the top
Everyone
and the
went
other
off the
guys
ship
went
except
off
for the
the
guy up
ship.
top.
Okay. Can I? So I've been invisible and I've looked and I've watched John jump off. I would have heard stories about ships and cannons, and do I have a knowledge of what gunpowder is? And could I recognize it on the deck of the ship?
I would say make a history check, I guess. It's going to be a little tricky, this one, because you're not really living next to the water. A 1? You are pretty confident that you know exactly how it looks.
Yep, and it's that big pile of stuff that John fell into.
Yes, it's the white powder
cannon
that's in those buckets over there.
The broken cannon. So you said he landed. Yeah, so he broke, and there's a big pile of stuff. So Ingwe is going to use his action to cast Bonfire. On that big pile of stuff.
So there's
that's on the deck.
some flammable stuff there.
And then he's going to use. That's the point.
And what was the second thing, sorry?
Nah, sorry. Yeah. Then I'm going to use my bonus action to turn into a direwolf. And then I'm going to run and jump off the boat. Into the war. No, I'm going to. No, I'm going to run down. I'm just going to run down the gangplank. Nah, I'm going to jump off because I want them to go back on the boat. Try and put the fire out. I'm going to jump off, yeah. towards John. I'm going to follow John.
You will also take some damage from the impact. You'd only take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. So you set fire to the soap.
Right. 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
So it wasn't gunpowder, it was the soap that you set fire to. There is still some flammable stuff in that area. So I'll roll a dice every round from now on to see what happens. But for now, you did a fire. So that is your turn. Next up, Sona still remains unseen. And it is Tam's turn. I think you're out of voice.
Tam is very quiet.
I know. Okay, so Ingwe is in the water next to Jean, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't have to fucking jump in the water and pull his fat ass out of the water. That's something. Okay. All right. How does Celeste look? Celeste is still okay, yeah?
I mean, she's up.
Ish. She's up. How many baddies are still up? So there's the captain.
Captain and gnome, the guy in the lookout post, and then one you're fighting.
The captain, the gnome, the guy in the lookout post, and the chick that I'm fighting. There's still fucking 4 of them. Oh man. Okay. What do I do? Okay, so fuck.
Just a question, sorry. Sean, what is your constitution modifier?
Yep, I was looking at those rules too. 13.
Right, okay.
So I've got a +1.
Is he gonna fucking drown?
This is drowning. Yeah, this is for how long can he hold his breath.
Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, alright, so...
But you have heard of me.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
Each round is only 6 seconds, and it's at least a minute. I think it's a minute plus your con modifier that you can hold your breath for.
Okay.
So
No,
right,
right,
so
you're already unconscious.
to meta.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Not if you're
holding his breath, he's
unconscious.
unconscious already.
Yeah. Alright, ignore me. Yeah, he fucked.
What would Tam do? What would Tam do? Tam is gonna... Can he see Jean down in the water?
He is floating upside down currently. He doesn't have that heavy armor on, so...
But can I see him from where I am?
Yes.
And he's floating upside down. He's floating face down in the water.
Face down in the water.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to... But I've seen Ingwe jump in next to him though, right?
Yes.
And I can see Ingwe doing these ones.
He's a wolf though, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ingwe's a wolf again?
But he can use his mouth to pull him out of the water.
You could potentially, yeah.
We'll find out.
Okay.
Tune in next.
You wanted to play your healer. This is this is the constant battle when you play like the healer.
This is the dilemma for
This
the
is
hero.
your own fault, though. Why are you jumping off this fucking ship?
I didn't think a 25-foot drop into water would knock me out. But hey, it's
one hit.
the way of the game. You take risks, things happen.
Okay, I'm going to go with my original assumption that I don't need to jump in the water to save Jean because Ingwei's right next to him, and I am actually going to again because this seems so whack. How hurt does the chick in front of me look? Not.
Where did I put her?
Not really.
She has taken damage. She looks hurt.
Not enough. Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna. Okay, so Tam will reach into his pouch and grab a hold of some bark and herbs, jam them into his mouth, and cast Cure Wounds on himself.
Right.
Seems so whack to do that.
It's a whack day.
Yeah, so I get a stack of healing. Whole big fat stack. So 2 8s are 16 plus 3. Okay. And is it an action to pull Jean out of the water?
Yes, it would be the help action.
So that's an action. Yeah, I'm not going to move out of... I'm not going to give her a bloody opportunity attack. That's me. That's my shot. That's my shot. That's me.
So
yeah.
You healed yourself.
I'm going to shift my bonus. I'm going to shift my hex. Yeah, I'm going to shift my hex to her.
Right.
To the woman. And I am... That's it. That's all I'm doing.
Right.
Fuck, I hope John doesn't die.
Next up, we have Celeste.
That's me.
I just got to
So
go
I'm
to the little boy's
assuming
room.
that she is looking at me now.
What's that?
I'm assuming that she's looking at me now, not really paying attention to Tam. So I'm assuming that I drew her ire, if you will.
Yeah, she's kind of looking at you. With some sort of
As she looks at me, I'm going to kind of like give her like a smile. And again, I'm going to start whispering underneath my breath and kind of like pulling it into like a ball and then blowing it towards her. And I think I am going to say, what would I say? I might start listing off the names of people that I know are dead. I'll start listing off some of their names and just like whispering them, and then I will blow them towards her. And again, cast Dissonant Whispers. My last spell slot. And wisdom saving throw.
That is a 10 for a total of a 9.
Dumb bitch. I rolled all 6s on my d6s, which is very exciting. So what's that? 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 points of psychic damage. And if she is currently in melee with Tam, I would assume now she has to move her full movement away from me if she failed. And I would assume that would let Tam also take an attack of opportunity if she would be moving out of his melee.
What if she can't move? In this current situation, she can't actually really move.
Well, she doesn't have to move backwards. She just has to use her movement to get as far away from me as possible. So if that means like coming forward and then like going or like jumping over the edge into the water or like whatever it is.
She would get around here and then she would get probably to here inside that cornfield. And that would give an opportunity attack to Tam. Once he is... Oh, he's back. So you have an opportunity
I'm
attack.
back. Ooh, on the Chicky, did you cast, what is it, Dissonant Whispers or something? Nice.
Yes.
Did you hurt her?
I got all 6s on my d6s and I rolled 3 of them.
Oh, how's she looking?
Pretty rough. Pretty rough.
Pretty rough. So, I can't use Eldritch Blast on my opportunity attack, can I?
I don't believe you can. No.
No.
It has to be a
Warcaster.
melee.
It's just a
weapon.
melee.
Yeah,
I think.
okay. I have to swing my sword. I don't do that.
Unarmed attack, just boom.
Okay, how do I use my sword?
So
Alright, hang on.
you hold the hand
That's a
this
thing that I do.
part that's not stabby, and then you stab with the other stabby end.
I don't even have it equipped. Hang on. I'm like, where the fuck is it? Alright, so hang
You
on.
just stick out your leg as she's running and try and like trip her.
Alright, so I'm gonna equip my sword
Mhm.
so that I can actually fucking use it. And
You're level
we'll go
3,
back to
dude, and you haven't
actions.
even
There we
used
go.
it yet.
Nah.
No.
Why use a shitty D6 when I got a D10? Yeah, well, I'm gonna swing my sword and try to give her a bit of a stabbity stab.
Give it a go.
Yep. So I missed. I missed.
What did you roll?
I missed. I rolled a 2 for a 2 and a. I rolled a 2 and a +4. So yeah, I missed.
Fair enough.
Oh
Yeah, do you still
yeah.
have your...
Nah,
Oh, but
that's
still
not
you'd
gonna,
have to
it's not gonna
get
do
a-
shit anyway. So it's gonna be 8 + 6. It's still not gonna fucking hit her anyway. So
Nah.
Then I didn't get. I'm not gonna
That's-
use my bardic inspiration if it's not gonna hit.
So that's the end of your turn, Celeste?
Yes, I'm assuming that there's no one coming towards me from any direction. She is moving away from me, and I don't think I can see anyone else except for the captain standing on that pier.
The captain and the gnome are both
so-
coming down the pier.
Okay. But they're nowhere near me, correct? Because I'm quite far out.
They're like 45 feet away from you. So it's a bit of a walk, but they have...
Okay, I will move another like 20 feet up the road, kind of like backing up
Right, so...
past the houses, away from them as I see them coming down.
So you're behind where that horse is. I'm not sure if you can really see that. So the horse is right at the end here. You're right next to it. Like, further away, but yeah.
Yep. Cool. And I no longer have any bonus actions because I'm all out of spells, so I am now officially useless. So
Fair enough.
I'm done.
We're not face down in the water. So, not too bad.
We go down there, we go down together.
So next up we have the Raven
Yep,
Squire.
that's me.
And she is going to use her action to cast a spell. Tam, you're the only one who can hear this. She casting message. Captain, there's someone here who knows you. We're taking heavy casualty. We need to leave.
Oh, fuck.
But only Tam hears that. That is her action. As she readies herself for death. Next up, we have Sean. So because you have +1 to your Constitution modifier, you do not need to do any death saves or any damage to death saves yet. But next round you do.
Okie dokie.
Next up we have the Captain. The Captain is going to move down here. From the perspective of where you are. I don't know if you can really see. You can see. So now he has a good view of 3 of you. So he takes out his gun, and the 3 of those rings start turning around the barrel of the gun and become bigger and bigger and bigger, and start emanating from the gun as these 3 fly out. 1 hit Celeste, 1 hit Tam, and 1 hit Ingwe. How many of you would I hit with a 19?
All of us, I would assume.
Right. So you all take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as he fires, and this 1 bullet splits into 3 and hits all 3 of you. But that's his turn. This was the first time he could see 3 of you, so couldn't use it until now. Next up, the guy on the outlook is going to crawl down. He's going to be at the bottom of it for now. And the gnome is going to move up next to the captain as well. As far as you can get, at least. That is them. The Triton is still dead. So next up we have Ingwe. So I'm gonna roll for your fire here. Okay.
How far away from the water's edge are we?
About 20 feet-ish? 15 feet, I'd say. You're a big creature, you can get 15 feet.
15 feet. So, and you can move someone with your movement. So it's half and half.
So,
is that right? Is that how
yes,
movement
and
works
it's
when
half
you
when
help
you're
when you're
swimming as
moving
well.
someone? So I can move. I'm gonna use. Yeah. So I've got
25,
50 feet.
and then
So
half of that is
half and
12.
half. I can move to the. I can use my movement to get to the beach.
Well, I mean, if you have 50 feet,
And can I use my
if you have 50
action?
feet, and half of that is 25, and the half of 25 is 12 and a half feet. That's not enough
12 and
to
a half
take you
feet.
to the shore. That's 15 feet to the shore.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't need to get right up, but like, if it's 15 feet to the we're in the ship. We're still in the water, but it's not.
Well, it's
like
the docks, though.
ship, or is it like?
There's room there for ships, so it's still kind of deep.
Anyway,
That's fair.
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do anyway. Yeah, that's all right. I'm gonna get close as I can using just my movement, and I'm going to use my action as a wolf to try and feed John a berry.
Hell yeah.
I'd say make an intelligence check.
I feel like this is.
No, I've got my intelligence. I've got. Oh, I mean, I can do whatever check you want, but I'm as intelligent. I'm not a wolf. I'm a Ingwe. But I can roll whatever
I'm not
you
really
want.
sure how to roll that one because it's more like
It's about
I
how
feel like
to
it'd
do
be
it.
dex.
Yeah, I can do intelligence.
I feel like it'd be dexterity, like to try and like finagle.
Yeah, it's
Like-
Dex is.
I am more than happy to roll intelligence.
Dex is probably closer because it is not really intelligence. If you're smart, you're smart enough to know what you're doing. So it's more the physicality of doing it. So yes, I'd probably Dex check.
Why did I open my mouth? Okay. Let's make sure. Nah, he's not gonna. I rolled an 18 plus
you can do
3 is 21,
I'm about to make out with Ingwe.
and I'm gonna use my bardic inspiration just for.
That's perfectly fine. You can
23.
definitely do that. So you flip him over and you manage to put 1 berry into his mouth. However, most people would not enjoy what they're watching right now as this wolf gives you a French kiss with a berry. However, it worked. And Sean, you have 1 hit point. Again. for the second time in this fight.
Beautiful. I pictured very much like a new puppy jumping into someone while they're asleep, and just immediately they're just like, I'm going to try putting my whole face in your mouth real quick.
Ooh, what's in here?
Yeah.
Cave of Wonders.
And I will give you a list of what Sean has eaten today.
Yeah, so I've used.
Right, so you did that. You're still in the water, but you're only 3 feet away from the edge.
Yeah, cool.
All good. So it's your turn.
Right.
That's beautiful.
And next up, Sonas. So, out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning appears. It does miss, unfortunately, but it flies straight past the captain. And it has a bit of a golden light to it. It's almost like an arrowhead as it flies right next to him and impacts onto the docks. But that is Sona's turn. And next up we have Tam.
Okay, so I am going to try once more, given that she has prepared herself for death. I should really just grant her request. So I am going to... Yeah, so that's what, 12 plus 17? Does 17 hit?
Hits.
Nice.
Yes. Beautiful. So I got a 2 necrotic damage. And... Oh, another 10! Fuck off! I am killing this. So that's 13 force damage and 2 necrotic damage.
Right. She drops
Hell yeah.
in the middle of the cornfield.
Fantastic. So I will transfer my hex to El Capitan. And I am going to attempt to provoke him. So I want to call out to him. Your men are all dying, Captain. You've tried to kill me 3 times. They've tried and failed. Look, they're dead. Why don't you come and have a shot yourself? Or are you too coward? Come on. And I'm going to, like in the Matrix where like Neo's like, and Tam's sort of standing there with his sword in one hand and waiting for him.
Right.
Hell yeah.
Right. That's you.
And that's me. That's me. I have used my action, my bonus action, and hopefully a free action to taunt the captain.
What?
To draw his ire. And that's my shot.
But
I'll take... actually, you know what? I've got movement, don't I? And he's coming... He's coming down the gangplank.
Certainly he's on the top of the gangplank.
How far away? How far away from me is he?
20 feet away.
I'm going to stride to the edge of the gangplank, and so because I'm not on the gangplank, am I? I'm on
No,
the.
you're
Am
right
I?
next to it.
I'm still on the
You're
ground.
right where that yellow thing is. You're right here where the haystack is.
Okay. Well, I am gonna take a couple of steps towards him. So if he comes down the gangplank, he's got to face me.
So, like that.
So I'm basically trying to put myself between him and everyone else.
Right. Okay.
That's it.
Next up, we have Celeste.
Okay, so do I recognize this captain?
You can make a history check.
17 plus 4 is a 21, I think.
You do. You have seen this guy before. You know his name is Orime Leander. He has a really bad rep, even with the pirates, but he hasn't been a captain before that you know of. You haven't really had any interactions with him. You have heard other crew members mention his name on passing, as he was one of the ones that was close to getting cast out of the Fellowship of the Sea, to say it like that. But other than that, you don't really know much about him.
Okay. Looking at him, I am going to lift my hand up in the air and going to trace a sigil through the air, and I will cast Blade Ward on myself. And then I am going to try and book it behind cover behind those houses. So I'll use my full 30 feet to just like sprint over that way, please.
Right, so I'll say that you're over behind the houses. Yeah. Cool.
Yes, and I will lift up my sending stone, I guess. Can I use my bonus action to speak into the sending stone?
I'd say that's fair. That's fair. You can do that.
Use my bonus action, and I'll just say, everyone, you need to get out. Everyone just leave. Run as fast as you can. And that's it. That's my turn.
Right. So next up we have Sean, waking up with 1 hit point in the water.
Got dog breath now.
Yeah. Oh, it's you. I'm gonna grab Ingwe by the fur and attempt to drag him the rest of the distance to land.
Yeah, so you can definitely drag him 3 feet. That's fine.
Okay, sweet. And I'm gonna attempt to. Is the water right on the edge of it, like a drop off, or is it sort of like a?
It's kind of like
shallow,
a because
like a drop off. Okay, cool.
No, it's because that's where the boats they go. They go through this whole thing.
Yeah.
This canal.
Sweet. Yeah. All right. I'm going to attempt to lift Ingwe up onto the edge. Is it like a high? Is it like 5 foot up from the water, or is it just like a little,
from
bit of
swimming? You can get up like that. It's just a drop.
Okay.
You should get to there, but you can't do that.
Okay, I'm gonna hopefully, if I can, I'm gonna try lifting way up onto the edge, pull myself up, and I'm going to. So Celeste is there, Tam's there. I have a feeling Ingwe's a speedy boy in this form, so I'm going to use 10 feet to. I'm going to use 10 feet. I'm going to run 10 feet and I'm going to leap as far as I can, basically getting as far a distance as I can. So it's a long jump of 45 feet. height of 10 feet. So
It's kangarooing it.
yeah,
Go. Fair.
yeah. And yeah, I think it's simple as that. I'm gonna pull out my stone as well if I can as a bonus action and just be like, yeah, I ain't holding up too well. Go. And just put it away. And yeah, basically, yeah, jumping and moving as much as I can to get the hell out of there.
Right. That is fine. That's your turn.
Sweet. That's my turn.
So next up is Captain. Captain looks at this situation. And looks at you, Tam. And he turns around. He walks down the flank as far as he can. On the way, he drops a, how should I say this? A clay pot behind him that immediately ignites and sets the docks on fire. As he walks his full movement speed towards the planet. Next up, the crossbow guy starts making the ship ready for takeoff immediately. So you crawl down. Yeah, I rolled.
There's still a fire on deck.
It's not a very good fire. No, it's still pretty bad.
Does 1d8 damage per
I
turn.
rolled to see how much it's spread, and the first time I rolled a 2. So it's not spreading very well because of all the soap, maybe.
Yeah, it's just going to stay there. If it doesn't spread, it'll just stay there as a fire.
Also moving up.
Yep, that's fun.
Leave. That is their turn. And next up is Engway.
So Ingway's going to, so the docks are on fire. So I'm going to run up in front of Tam and just next to the fire and just be like barking at the fire, but like blocking Tam with my body. And then just concentrating on the... Oh, there's no one else in the water or anything, is there?
No one tried to save the captain of the guard. So he just drowned.
Not alive. Yeah. So I am going to run up to the edge in front of Tam and then just be barking at the boat.
Yep.
And I'm going to hold my action in case someone comes to... No, I'm going to take the dodge action, actually. Dodge action, but be barking.
That's you?
Yep.
Celeste, you take 8 points of healing.
I thought you were going to say damage then. I was like, oh.
Not this time.
Thank you.
And Tam, you're up. You're silent.
Yep. How far away from me is the female pirate?
20 feet?
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to run over to her and use my action to loot the corpse.
Okay. Fair enough. You find 20 gold. You find a rapier, a short sword, and you find a letter of hire. I'd say that reading it is an action, so it probably would take more than just this turn
Yeah.
to do so.
Yeah.
Other than that, she has a few rings and such on her. It's nothing that's really valuable. Just like ordinary metal rings. Look cool.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So I want to get a good enough look at her so that I could copy her if I wanted to.
Yep, that's doable.
And then I'll use. I've only got like 10 feet of movement. So I would then use the rest of my 10 feet of movement to move towards Celeste.
Right. So next to you is also the dead Triton.
And that's my movement and my action.
Yeah, so you can get to roughly there.
Is he next to who? Is he next to the? Is he next to the woman as well?
He's like 5 feet away from her.
Oh, okay. In that case, I will move back to him.
Right.
So I'll move the 5 feet across to him.
Yep.
And I will wait until my next turn, and I'm going to search him as well on my next turn.
Right. That's fair. So that's your turn. Next up, we have Celeste.
Yep.
Okay, so as far as I know, there is no one left that I know or who would recognize me or anything like that remaining.
Not that you know of, no.
Okay. I am going to stand kind of like at the corner, kind of like half behind a house, and I'm just going to watch the ship as it's like, the sails are bolstering and they're kind of like starting to drag up the anchor, and I can see that fire on board, and I'm watching them walk back kind of like up the gangplank again, and I will just stand there kind of like frozen in place, just watching.
Right. That's fair.
That's it. That's my whole turn. That's all I'll do.
Right. Next up, we have Sean.
All right. Yeah, Jean basically just turned and started booking it. And is real hurt. Ingwe, would you have left the bag of berries with Sean, or would you have taken them in that instance?
Yeah, you've got 7.
Okay.
I can't carry them. I'm a walker.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Jean's going to spend an action to eat a berry then, even though it's 1 hit point. He's in a place where
running and eating. Running and eating.
Yeah, just downs that, and he's sort of gonna seeing everyone else sort of hold their ground to some extent. He's not gonna move closer, but he's gonna at that point sort of turn around and see everything, and he's just gonna go, oh, shit, and he's gonna pull out his hand axe because the other one's in the ocean, and he's just gonna stand there and hold an action. He's going to move 10 feet closer, and he's going to hold an action to throw this thing if anyone tries to come back down to attack or hurt any of his friends.
Right. So I'll put it so
that's it. Oh, no, I just used the action for the berry, so I guess he'll just hold the hand axe, looking like he's ready to throw it.
Oh, good.
I'll do it.
Fair enough. Next up, it's the rest of the survivors then. So they move on board the ship, and the ship starts leaving very slowly as the gangplank falls into the water, and the docks continue to burn. But for now, there's no imminent danger of combat unless you decide to pursue combat.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
He takes it, no.
Smash cut. 10 seconds
Takes a
later,
running
everyone's
jump
face down in the water.
Well, I mean, next up is
Oh,
Ingway's
that's
turn,
fine.
so I guess it's up to Ingway from here.
No. I'm doing the same thing. I'm going to take the dodge action. I'm going to bark at
Does
them.
any of you want to proceed into combat?
Yeah.
Or are you letting them leave?
Let them leave.
In that case,
Yeah, I mean, our whole plan from the beginning was just to get them to leave, right?
We succeeded. It only nearly killed us all, but
right. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then combat is now over. As you watch the ship slowly turn and leave down the river towards the capital. Broken cannon, most of its crew dead, but a captain still very much alive. But for now, it's quiet, and the city is safe.
So, is there... are there bodies in the water?
Yes, so there's currently 2
Or
bodies in the
so
water.
where's the whipmaster?
He is in
Is he in the water or is he back on shore?
In the water.
Okay. So I'm going to call out to my friends to search the Triton, and I am going to I'm going to ask Jean to give me a hand to get the Beastmaster, no, the Whipmaster out of the water. So I can probably get him up to the surface, but I probably can't get him out of the water. And I'll ask Jean's help to get him out of the water.
you turn to get his attention, and you see Jean with a swollen eye, basically closed, just on his knees, just breathing.
So Tam will be like, "Oh, okay, friend. I can see. Oh, you've been amongst it. Just one last favor before we maybe have a rest and go and have a drink on my father's farm. We need to get these bodies out of the water. I think. I can bring them up to the surface, but
Ingway jumps into the water as a wolf.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
Does what you said. So starts dragging bodies.
So I can
large creature.
Yeah.
Sean pops a good berry like a painkiller.
There's like a
It goes to the edge. Yeah. He goes to the edge in like a sense of like, yeah, I'm here to help, but not expecting anyone to actually make him go through with it because he's hurt.
So really, I want to get the bodies out of the water and search them just like I did the others. Tam is determined to find whatever clues he can. He's not super concerned about the money. He's more looking for any information.
Right. So
The docks are still on fire, though, aren't
oil
they?
that's burning.
Should we put the docks out? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So
there's
and
other
the survivors
people
are putting them out.
comes out from the nearby village and start helping with that too. On the guy you killed, the guy with the beard and the bald head, you also find another 20 gold. And you find it looks like a scimitar, but it's a two-handed weapon. You also find a letter of employment. And not a lot of other stuff. He wasn't really wearing armor or anything fancy. So he doesn't really have anything on him there. The Triton, however, the Triton has a ring that looks very fancy. It's kind of decorated with waves and ships and boats and such. So he has that. He doesn't have any gold on him. He has a bag. In the bag there's nothing. It's just empty. But what you do notice is on his left arm he has carved, or someone has carved into his arm, Naralase. Whatever that means, it's a different story.
How do you spell that, Tom?
Naralase. Naralase.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much what you find.
Okay. So their bodies, did we get any bodies of the guards? So did the guard that fell into the water, did he survive?
No, he drowned to death. No one saved him.
Okay. So, and the other two guards were already dead?
Yeah, they were shot dead and then fell into the water on the other side.
Yeah, so I want to get their bodies out of the water and...
Anyway, we'll have got them all out. They're all out of it.
Yeah, so...
I would, yeah.
So...
You can be on the shore searching and I'll do the swimming.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we just need to try to... Yeah, I don't know what to do from here. The whole town needs to be fixed up. The inn's gone. Yeah, it's in a bad way, really. Yeah, there's not much we can really do at this point. We probably all need to rest. I'll say to the others, oh, I don't know about you guys, but I could do with a bit of a rest. I think the people here can start dealing with the cleanup. I'd really like to head back to my parents to get some food and rest. What do you think?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. As much as I'd like to help these people, I'm not in a state for it. I'll go get the cart in the meantime. I'm going to turn and head towards the cart to bring it over to everyone. Slowly.
Very slowly. That's fine. Eventually, Sean arrives with the cart.
So Ingway's going to turn back into a Furbolg, and can I go and search on the port because they were loading stuff? Can I just see if there's anything of value in the stuff that they were loading that looked like it was for the ship? I'll also cast Detect Magic while I'm doing it.
The piles of stuff is mostly like provisions, like grain and meat and wine and stuff like that. It's all like ordinary stuff that you need, but don't necessarily like deposit in a bank. It's not something of value, it's more like of usefulness. When you cast Detect Magic, the ring that was taken from the Triton does appear to be magical. Other than that, nothing
Yep.
else gives you a ping other than what you're already wearing and such. But yeah, eventually Sean shows up with the
Let's
bag.
go then, Mr. Tam.
As soon as he stops the wagon, he immediately just leans back and basically rolls backwards through the gap into the back area and just immediately starts pulling off his armor and like just holding onto his wounds in the back. And he's just gonna sit there and like try to relax his armor to his side and that.
Right. And you're driving back to your parents' farm? Well,
So I think that Celeste, while all of this was happening, would have been kind of standing, like not really helping, not looking through, not looking through the people's belongings or anything like that. She would have just been standing there and watching the ship just disappearing. And I don't know how long it would take for it to actually disappear, like beyond the horizon, but she would not leave that spot until it's gone. And so,
about 30 minutes, I think,
if it
before-
hasn't gone by the time you guys are ready and loading up the cart, yeah, if it hasn't left by the time they're loading up the cart and things like that, depending on how long that takes, she would tell them that she'll just meet them back there and she'll just wait.
Right. It takes about 30 minutes for the ship to be out of sight. With putting out the fire and all that stuff, I'd say it's pretty much similar time to when they want to leave.
Okay, and then she'll just, climb into the back.
So eventually, you 5 minutes later arrive back at your parents' farm, where your mom looks very worried, but she helps you all into the living room and sits you down and tries to tend to your wounds as best as you can. She gives you something to eat, something to drink. And your dad's also very worried, and he keeps talking about how he needs to report this to the government and how he needs someone to come help sort this out now. But it slowly becomes darker, and it's close to nightfall. And for a little moment, your mum walks out with your dad to have a private talk, and Sonas appears in the middle of the table, and he looks very hurt. His arm is cracked, and his wing is almost broken, upside down. And he just sits there. And, I think I need a hand. I don't feel so good.
You and me both, brother.
Yeah, I guess it was worth the donuts, eh?
Don't make me laugh right now. Oh.
I think you're muted, Tam.
Your courage today, Sonus. Oh my goodness, my friend, come here. Let me take a look at your wing. It looks, oh my goodness, Sonus. My goodness, you really outdid yourself today, my friend. And I will cast cure wounds on him. Because I'm assuming we've had half an hour to recharge one of my warlock spell slots. So yeah, that'll heal him back up. Does it work? Does he heal?
Yes. He heals.
So, Sonus, are you going to tell her now?
Do you think so?
Sonus, we all nearly died. Sonus. You nearly died.
Right.
She nearly died.
What are you waiting for?
It's just scary. Right.
Of course, but you'll always have all of us.
He sticks his head into one of the mugs and have a big sick whale. So, my name isn't really Sonos. I'm not really a familiar. So I know your family, Celeste. I know your family very well. I know that they miss you very much and they wish you were back home. I know that your dad wanted to come and visit you, and he found a way of doing that. I feel a little sick. But I knew that it was kind of dangerous to do so. So I didn't want him to get hurt. So I kind of stole a ritual and then I kind of did it myself. So it turned me into this thing. I thought I was supposed to be a temporary thing, but it seems like I'm stuck now. Maybe I shouldn't have drunk that ale. Surprise.
Sonus, tell her who you are.
Oh man, you're making this so hard. My name is Alexander.
Sonus, you don't need to lie.
I'm your brother.
Alexander.
Yeah, my name is Alexander Highcrest. I am your brother. I was born after you left, and I don't really know what's going on anymore.
I just need a second to process this before I get back into character. Hang on.
Sorry.
Celeste is going to kind of like, just like whatever color was left on her face, it just like drains. She's like looking at this, Sonos or Alexander in front of her. She just. Why did you follow me?
I was only supposed to check on you. I wasn't supposed to get stuck like this. Also, I was technically supposed to chase down the person who caused all of this Feywild crap to be blocked off so you can't go home, and I found him, but I also found Tam, and I just happened to show up in the right moment and pretended to be Tam's familiar when this weird lady summoned this strange stupid cat, and I just dispelled it and pretended like I was supposed to be familiar. Good news is I tracked down who did it. Bad news is I have no idea where he is anymore. So maybe you can go home?
This is a lot to process.
Yeah, I know. I've been eating 4 pancakes.
I can't even begin to.
Right. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you. She's going to stand up from the table and just look at Tam and just go, "You knew."
I made him not say anything.
Yes.
Until the moment was right. It's not. If you're gonna be mad at anyone, be mad at me. I seem like I'm only good at causing.
Oh, trust me, I have enough anger inside me to be mad at 2 people at once.
Right.
And then she's going to look at Tam and go, "So much for fucking loyalty." And she's going to turn around and she's going to walk out.
So that went well.
It's better than I expected to, Sonus. Alexander, I should say.
Right.
I'm glad you did it. You did the right thing.
Doesn't feel like the right thing. It feels a lot like my stomach is turning right now. Maybe it's the 4 pancakes or the ale, I don't know, but I thought it was gonna feel better to tell her.
Look, just give her some time to calm down, some time to think about it. I think you'll find that you have done the right thing. But just give her time.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna go be nowhere for a little bit. If you need me, let me know. And you'll turn invisible.
Well, that was something. I'll go make sure she's all right. And Jean's gonna stand up and slowly make his way out.
Shuffle out the door.
Yeah, just to keep an eye on Celeste more than anything. Just to make sure she's doing all right. If she's outside kicking a rock or whatever, just to make herself feel better. He's just gonna keep an eye on her. That's it.
I think that she would just be walking. Like, she would just be, like, off, like, down the road, down the path, just...
John steps out, sees you walking away, and he's like, all right. He's going to do his best to keep up. just popping 1 or 2 more of those berries as he's going. Like,
Fair enough. And I think that's where we should leave tonight's episode. We've already gone half an hour over. Sorry.
Hey, doesn't bother me.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So that was a twist. Now you can watch Tam's episode.
Thank God. I've
Cool.
been waiting for it.
I was about to say, I'm like, I wonder if this is the twist that was. This is the secret.
And Tam, you can watch the episode as well now. I think you have all the details.
It's part of the twist. It's
part of it. Okay.
I got so many emotions.
Yeah, it's so hard to play sad Sonas without crying. Oh well. I guess we should find someone to raid, so everyone roll a d20 again.
Dear 20, raid time.
I'm gonna get it again. You watch. Nah, not this time. I got a 12.
I'll never choose. No, I got a 3.
Right. And what did you get, Laura?
17.
Oh, so I guess it's Laura's then. No one else rolled other than 17, did they?
What'd you get, Jacob?
4.
Oh.
Alright, Mr. Shark, give us some options.
I get to pick. I never get to pick.
So, let's have a look. Playing... Looking for people actually playing the game. There's a lot of people creating content for it right now and designing characters and things like that. I was about to be like, there's one. Oh, that's us.
Let's raid ourselves.
Should have done that. What happens if we do?
It just fails. It doesn't go through.
Loop.
Yeah. There are 2 people playing right now, or 2 groups playing right now, and one that is on a be right back. So maybe they are just paused at the moment.
Yep.
Or on their break at the moment. One of them is called Unplayable and Annoying. They seem to be a Russian group. Mm-hmm. The other is The Fourth Culture. And they seem to be playing a homebrew game at the moment. And then there is Roll for Damage that has their campaign called Of Flocks and Fire. Who are currently going to be right back
cute.
screen.
That sounds cute. Let's go for Of Flocks and Fire.
Alrighty.
Very well. Very well.
The roll for damage. Okay, it's loading up the raid now.
Rightio.
Woo!
Well, thank you everyone for dropping in. Let's go and see what these guys are all about. Hopefully they don't have any more familiars that are actually real people, but let's see what this is all about.
Thank you
all
so
for
much,
jumping in.
everyone. We love
Thanks,
you
everyone.
so much. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks a lot.
Make it all worthwhile.
See you next week.
See you next week. No, see you Friday. See you Friday.
Friday, Halloween.
And we're raided.
Right.